Okay, so let's start with the revision of GST in India, an introduction, a very simple chapter, yet the base chapter of your syllabus. Let's go through it once quickly. Yes, so we all know GST came into picture on which date? It came into picture on 1st July 2017. It is made applicable to whole of India, including the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Although the law became applicable to Jammu and Kashmir from 8th July 2017, but as on date, the situation is GST law is applicable to whole of India. Right? So, when this GST came into picture, at that time we were required to do constitutional amendment because earlier constitution did not give dual powers. Okay, it did not give dual powers to the government to levy and collect the taxes. Earlier it was individual powers for respective tax, respective government was there. But now when they want to bring this GST, central as well as state needs the power to levy and collect the taxes. So for that, first we needed to do the amendment in the constitution. So first the constitution amendment was done, the bill was passed, then it got converted into an act, and only after that the GST came into picture. Right? Once GST came into picture, different laws were formed. That is, CGST Act was made, multiple SGST Acts were made, UTGST Act was made, IGST Act was made. Then after that, your GST compensation cess act came into picture, and all these things happen, right? When we talk about interstate transactions and when we talk about intrastate transactions, okay, because basically I'm hinting towards CGST, SGST, IGST, just to give you a broad overview. Whenever we are doing any interstate transaction, two different states, interstate transactions, IGST is applicable. IGST is levied and collected by the central government. Okay, IGST is levied and collected by the central government. Then central government give some share to the destination based state government. When we are doing any intra-state transaction, okay, within the state transaction, at that time CGST and SGST is applicable. If it is done between two union territories, then in that case, okay, if it is done between a union territory itself, same union territory, then in that case CGST and UTGST will be applicable. Right? Now UTGST will be applicable to which union territories? So as you already know, Delhi, Puducherry and Jammu Kashmir. Okay, these three are union territories, but for the purpose of GST, they have made their own state legislations. So they will be considered as state. So SGST acts will be made for them. And then the other union territories, that is your Chandigarh, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Ladakh, Lakshadweep, Daman and Diu and Dadra and Nagar Haveli, and any other territory. These will be considered as union territory, and they will have to follow the UTGST. Right? This was all that we had studied in the basics. Okay, now how does this GST work? Okay, how does this GST work? How is it better? Why GST came into picture, etc. So we know that there were deficiencies in the old law, right? What were the deficiencies in the old law? First of all, for some goods and for some services, there was no clarity that whether VAT will be applicable or whether service tax will be applicable. In some cases, we ended up applying both. So that led to double taxation. Then secondly, your excise duty was applicable at the time of manufacture. After manufacturing, on the total amount, including excise duty, the VAT or CST was levied. So that was leading to tax on tax. Makes no sense, increases the cost, cascading effect, right? That was another problem. Then there were multiple, multiple taxes were there, like your purchase tax was there, then your entertainment luxury tax was there, and so on and so forth. So those all multiple taxes have been removed. Ultimately, it was leading to cost on that way. Then after that, your excise duty, central excise duty was not allowed to be set off against VAT, right? So because the revenue was going to two different governments, so that set off was not possible. Ultimately, the cost of the products used to increase, right? The ultimate burden was going on the consumer. Then your service sector, India's service sector was blooming, and service tax collection responsibility or powers were there only with the central government, which caused a discomfort for the state government. So that was basically a loss of revenue for the state government. So that was another problem. Then after that, your suppose if you're providing any services, okay, you have to pay service tax to the government. For providing these services, if you have purchased some goods, okay, let's say I'm providing you teaching services. For that, if I have purchased some goods, while purchasing the goods, if I had paid VAT, okay, if I had paid VAT, then that VAT credit was not allowed to be set off against service tax. Again, two different governments. Service tax, central government. VAT was your state government, right? So next thing is CST problem, central sales tax problem. Central sales tax powers were there with the central government. VAT powers were there with the state government. CST, central government. VAT powers, state government. Okay. So whenever we were purchasing the goods from other state and we were selling it within the same state, at that time again credit problems used to arise because two different governments were there into picture. And lastly is fundamentally your CST itself was a big problem. Why? Because all the indirect taxes are destination based tax, whereas CST was origin based tax. That is, CST revenue will go to that government from where the goods originated. Okay, and now when they have brought, because of these deficiencies, now when they have brought this GST into picture, please understand GST is a destination based consumption tax. Okay, consumption tax, only when the goods or services are consumed, this tax is going to be applicable. Next thing, the final revenue will go to central government as well as the destination based state government. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes. So now with this GST thing, okay, now with this GST thing, whenever there is any value addition, okay, at every level, whenever there is any value addition, that much amount of the GST on that much amount is required to be paid at every stage. Okay. Nextly, whenever you are purchasing anything, whenever you are purchasing any goods or whenever you are availing any services, at that time, if you have paid any taxes, then you will be eligible for its credit. Eligible for credit means whenever later you are going to pay the taxes, while paying those taxes, you can take the credit of the taxes which have been already paid. Right? Ultimate burden is going to be on the final consumer. Okay, what we are doing is we are just collecting from the next person and paying it to the government. Collecting from the next person, paying it to the government. So ultimately, from whom we are going to collect? Ultimately, we are going to collect it from the consumer. And because of this ITC funda, because of this input tax credit funda, your there is no cascading effect of taxes at all. Right? Okay. Then after that, going to the next one, that is framework of GST. Okay, framework of GST. Everyone here. Now, within framework of GST, few important things that we need to know is, first of all, GST is a dual GST model. That is, powers are there with central government as well as state government to levy and collect the taxes. Okay, which all taxes have come into picture? Your IGST has come into picture in case of interstate supply, which is levied and collected by the central government and then shared with the state also. Then CGST and SGST will come into picture in case of intrastate supply. CGST and UTGST will come into picture in case of intra-union territory supply. Yes, and one more was GST compensation cess, which has come into picture for compensating the states, okay, on some luxury goods, on some demerit goods, on some special products, etc. Earlier, a big, huge amount of chunk of revenue used to go to the state governments in form of taxes. But now after GST has come into picture, can we say even central government has come in between to take the amount of taxes? Because of that, the losses have been suffered by the state government. The losses have been suffered by state government. Because of that, GST compensation cess was introduced, which is valid till 31st March 2026, where the central government is going to compensate the states with the help of this GST compensation cess. Okay, now next point, there is a concept called as classification of goods and services. That is, whenever like any particular product, goods or services are going to be taxed. Okay, in that case we are first supposed to do the classification. For goods, the classification is done using HSN. For services, the classification is done using SAC, Service Accounting Code. Yes, and by the coding method, each and every goods and services have been given a distinguished number, and besides that particular goods or services, the rate of GST is written. We can simply go and search our product and find out what rate of GST is applicable on the sale. Yes, now only when your turnover, under GST, only when your turnover exceeds a certain limit, only when it exceeds a certain limit, only then you are liable to get yourself registered under GST. Okay, so this registration point that we discussed, we are also going to have a separate registration chapter where we are going to discuss these things in detail. Whenever you are getting registered, you have got two options. Either you can register yourself as a composition supplier, or you can register as a regular supplier or regular taxpayer. Composition taxpayer, they say, is these are small taxpayer whose turnover is below certain limits, and they are simply required to pay a ad hoc percentage of tax on your turnover. Straight away a flat percentage is paid on your turnover, but where you are not going to get the ITC of the taxes that you have paid at the time of your purchases. So small businessmen can opt for this scheme called as composition scheme. If you don't want to opt for that, you can normally go under your regular scheme, right? Now, if you are there under GST, now there will be certain goods and certain services on which are totally exempted from GST. See, it will come under the purview of GST, but it will be exempted by way of notification. Exempted means there will be no GST applicable on the same, right? Then the next important point is about GST common portal. Okay, the OG website of GST, that is gst.gov.in. Now this website is maintained by GST network, okay, which is a section 8 company. This is going to be a major interface between the user and the government. Means whenever I want to file any returns, etc., I will go to gst.gov.in and I will file the returns. Okay, so what is the main purpose of this website? The main purpose of this website is, whenever I want to get myself registered, I will go to this website. Whenever I want to pay any taxes, I will go to this particular website. Whenever I want to file any returns, I will go to this particular website. Okay, for government, how is this particular website helpful? Whenever they want to find out about my profile, they can go to this particular website. When they want to do that sharing of IGST revenue, that can be done on the back end. Okay, whenever they want to check the MIS reports, like of any particular taxpayer or any data they want to check, they can go on this particular website. That's how helpful this particular website is. Okay, now either I can go on this particular website and file the returns and make the payments and all those things, or alternatively I can even go to GSPs, GST Suvidha providers, which are the softwares or which are the application providers. I can even file the returns on their application or their software, and then they further upload the data on the GST portal. So basically this GSPs, GST Suvidha providers, are coming between the taxpayer and the website, right? And for this purpose, the GSPs can take help from ASPs, application service providers. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes. Next, they are talking about the compensation cess. What is this compensation cess talking about? Just now we discussed luxury demerit products. The states were suffering the losses, so they decided to implement this GST compensation cess on certain products, not all the products, on certain products, where we are going to compensate the states for the loss that they have suffered because of implementation of GST. As of now, this is going to be there till 31st March 2026. Yes, next one is GST on goods and services. Is it applicable on all goods and services? The answer is yes, it is totally applicable on each and every goods and services unless something is totally removed. Okay, now first thing, alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Okay, alcoholic liquor for human consumption is totally outside the ambit of GST. Okay, no GST, but if GST is not applicable, then old laws are applicable. Ma'am, what are the old laws? So on that, state excise duty will be applicable at the time of manufacturing, and VAT or CST will be applicable at the time of sale. Okay, then when we go to your petroleum crude, high speed diesel, then your motor spirits, then your aviation turbine fuel, natural gas, these 5 products, on that also as of now GST is not applicable. Okay, but it will be applicable from the day which will be recommended by the GST Council. Alcoholic liquor totally outside the purview. This 5 products, on that GST will be applicable right from the day when it is recommended and by the GST Council and accepted by the central government and state government. Okay, till that time central excise duty will be applicable and VAT CST will be applicable on its sale. Okay, then 2 more special category of products, tobacco. On tobacco, GST is applicable, along with GST, central excise duty is applicable. Okay, opium, Indian hemp, narcotic drugs, etc. Again, GST is applicable, but along with GST, state excise duty is also applicable. Bad products, more amount of tax, right? Now, when GST came into picture, can we say when this GST came into picture, old laws were almost gone, except for few products that we studied now. Apart from that, old laws are totally gone. Means we cannot say on let's say I am purchasing AC. Okay, let's say I am purchasing AC. At that on that now excise duty, VAT, CST will not be applicable. Now only GST will be applicable when I am purchasing it. Right. So can we say old taxes have got subsumed under GST? Which taxes have got subsumed under GST? Your excise duty is gone. Then your countervailing CVD is gone. Special CVD is gone. Your VAT is gone. Your CST is gone. Your service tax is gone. Your purchase tax is gone. Tax on lottery betting gambling is gone. Your entry tax is gone. The surcharge and cess which were there, that is gone. Entertainment tax by state is gone. Entertainment tax by local authority is still there. Entertainment tax by state is gone, right? Luxury taxes, taxes on advertisement, etc. These are totally subsumed under GST, and a new law, that is GST, has come into picture, right? Okay. Then after that we discussed about utilization of ITC and seamless flow of credit. In seamless flow of credit, we had basically done the numerical question. What we discussed there was, whenever there is a particular transaction happening, let's say first there is an intrastate supply that is happening. Okay, in case of intrastate, we have to pay CGST and SGST. You pay it to the government. Once you have paid it to the government, credit is available to the next person. Right, whoever has borne it, the credit will be available to that person. Okay, further when the transaction is done, any other type of tax is payable when the product is further sold. You can use the ITC of the ITC of the taxes which has been already paid to the government. Okay, so just try this seamless flow of credit question once. Okay, now whenever you have got the credit available, whenever you have got the ITC available, IGST credit can be used first for IGST liability, for paying the IGST liability. Then if you still have credit left, it can be used for CGST, SGST, no preference, no sequence. Whatever you want to, however you want to use, you can use. If you have got CGST credit available for you, it can be used only for CGST liability, then only for IGST liability, not for SGST. Similarly, for SGST credit, first use it for SGST liability. If still left, use it for IGST liability. Cannot be used for CGST liability at all. Manageable till here? Yes, this is what we had studied in the framework part. Now going on to the last part of the chapter, which was talking about the constitutional provisions. So I'll just take you through these constitutional provisions. What did we do there? In constitutional provisions, first thing that they told in article number 265 was, Constitution says that no tax can be levied without the authority of law. Means till the time the law does not allow you, you cannot levy any sort of taxes. That was the reason. That was the reason we did amendment in the constitution. We did changes in the constitution because we wanted to give powers to both central government as well as state government to levy and collect the taxes, right? Then next article number 245 simply said that Parliament, whenever it is making any laws, it will be applicable to whole of India. Whenever state legislature is making any law, it will be applicable to that particular state, right? Then we already know that in India we have got 3 lists. Okay, first is union list, second is state list, third is concurrent list. Union list contains those matters on which decision making can be done solely exclusively by the Parliament. Okay, state list has those matters on which the decision making can be done only by the state government, and concurrent list is such a list where the powers are there with central government as well as state government. So GST is going to fall under the concurrent list, right? Now why constitutional amendment is required, we have already discussed about the same. Please remember when under GST, all the decisions will be taken by central government plus state government, dual powers, right? But matters relating to IGST and matters relating to place of supply, concept will come later. Matters relating to IGST and matters relating to place of supply will be exclusively dealt by central government only. Okay, please remember that. Then going on to the next one, that is GST Council. Okay, GST Council, very important thing. GST Council, article number 279A. Okay, your constitution, article number 279A, which talks about constitution of the GST Council, that gave the powers to the President of India that please form a GST Council. We need recommendations. We should know at least where should we do the changes, what changes we should bring, or what amendments we should do in the law, etc. So that will be recommended by the GST Council to the central government and state government. Right now, who all are going to sit in this GST Council? Chairperson is going to be our Honorable Union Finance Minister. Then we are going to have one member, that is Union Minister of the State, who is in charge of revenue or finance. One person from the central government who is the Union Minister of all the states. And then we are going to have ministers from respective states who are going to be in charge of finance or taxation. Okay, every state is going to nominate such members. These many people, Union Minister of the state, and then ministers from various states. These many people are going to come and sit in the GST Council. Okay, what will be their work? To give recommendations. To give recommendations regarding what? Regarding what should be the rates of taxes, regarding what should come under GST, what should be exempted from GST, to make the model bylaws, okay, draft of the GST Act, etc. Then after that, to make provisions for special category states like Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, all those states. Then to decide the rates of GST, what should be applicable. Then to recommend the date from when the 5 petroleum products will come into picture. All those things will be recommended by the GST Council to the central government and the state government, and then they can take the decision. Whenever we are calling the meeting of GST Council, there has to be a proper quorum. At least 50% of the members should be present for a proper meeting. Once a proper meeting is conducted, and then if we want to take any decision in that GST Council meeting, then we should be having 75% weighted average votes. Okay, ma'am, weighted average means to whom we are supposed to give the weights? To central government weight, we are going to give 1/3 weight. To state government, we are going to give 2/3 weights. Only if we get a weighted average 75% voting, then only we can take the decision in that GST Council. And if later, if we want to do any changes in the GST Council, whatever we studied till here was there under article number 279A. Now if we want to do any changes in the GST Council, for that article 368 was inserted, that says that if we want to do any changes in the GST Council, first 2/3 majority from Lok Sabha should be taken. Then 2/3 majority from Rajya Sabha should be taken, and 50% of all the states in India should say yes for that. 2/3 Lok Sabha, 2/3 Rajya Sabha, and half of the states should agree, and only then we can do any sort of changes in the GST Council. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes, this was an overview. This you can use it on your last day for revision. Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye. Okay, so let's start with the next chapter under GST, that is supply under GST. Yes. First of all, what is the purpose of this chapter? Purpose of this chapter is if a particular transaction is a supply. Okay, if a particular transaction is a supply, then only GST leviability will come into picture. Otherwise, if the transaction does not fit into the meaning of the term supply, then there cannot be any GST. Yes, so that important this particular chapter is to understand if it is a supply or it is not a supply. Right now, in the definitions, a few important definitions that we need to do is goods definition and services definition. First of all, goods means what? Goods means any type of movable property, but other than money and securities. Money and securities is excluded from goods definition also. It is excluded from the services definition also. But goods definition includes actionable claims, growing crops, grass, etc., or anything that is attached to the land which is going to be severed before supply. Right? So mainly any type of movable property will be included, actionable claim will be included, but money and securities will be excluded from the term called as goods. Okay, then anything which is not goods, okay, anything which is not goods, that is going to come under the term called as services. But from services also, the term money and securities have been excluded. So if there is any transaction happening in money or securities, example dealing of currency or dealing in securities, on that particular transaction GST will not come into picture. GST is not applicable. But if there is any transaction, if there is any such transaction happening relating to use of money for which a separate consideration has been charged, then that will come under the term called as services. Example, let's say there is exchange of currency that is happening. Okay, there will be no GST on the total amount of currency that is being exchanged, but currency exchanger would have charged commission from you. For that, on that particular commission, there will be GST applicable, and that will be considered as services, right? So this was your mainly the definition of goods and services. And yes, one more thing, when the holding company is holding some shares in the subsidiary company, okay, holding company is doing the activity of holding the shares of a subsidiary company, then in that case also GST is not applicable, because again securities are totally outside the purview of GST. I hope this much is manageable. Yes. Then after that, another important thing that you need to remember is consideration definition. Consideration is anything in money or monetary value of any act or forbearance of any act. Okay, anything in money or money's worth will be coming under the term called as consideration. But any subsidy that you are going to receive from central government or state government, that is not going to be the consideration. And secondly, if there is any deposit, okay, let's say there is a refundable deposit that I have received, and I have to pay it back to that particular person, then even this is not a consideration unless I am going to forfeit that deposit. Okay, if I am going to forfeit that deposit, or if it is a non-refundable deposit, then you can call it as a consideration. Otherwise, you cannot call it as a consideration, right? Person definition, normal, you can manage it. See, this is the revision, so we have to do the most important things, right? Normally, recipient, who will be considered as a recipient? The most important person will be the supplier, and the other person will be the recipient. So if there is any consideration involved in the transaction, the person who is liable to pay the consideration will be called as a recipient. If there is no consideration, then the person to whom the goods are supplied or the person to whom the services are rendered, that person will be considered as a recipient, right? Then another one, this is important. This is something that you need to do, types of supply. Okay, this you have to remember till the end of your syllabus, right? Types of supply. Now there will be two types of supply. One is your taxable supply. Taxable supply is something on which GST is leviable. Okay, this includes your zero rated supply also. Example of zero rated supply is export. Okay, even that comes under the term called as taxable supply. And the other one, okay, please don't make the mistake of writing it as non-taxable supply. This will be called as exempt supply. Within exempt supply, there are three types. First one is nil rated. Nil rated means besides which 0% rate is returned. Next one is wholly exempted supply, that is wholly exempted by way of a notification of the government. And last one is non-taxable supply. Non-taxable supply, that is something which is outside GST. Example, alcoholic liquor for human consumption, 5 petroleum products, etc. Those things will come under non-taxable supply. Okay, so these are your types of supply. First one, taxable supply, on which GST will come. Okay, and the next one is your exempt supply. Exempt supply is a very broad term. Exempt supply has three things within it. One is nil rated, then your wholly exempt, and then your non-taxable supply, right? Okay, then after that, money definition, normal definition, only one thing to be remembered here is your collectible coins, etc. The currency which has got numismatic value, the currency which is held for numismatic value. Okay, it has some history associated with it, or you are very fond of collecting those currency notes or coins, that will be considered as, that is nothing but currency held for numismatic value. That is excluded. Okay, that is excluded from the term called as money. So that will be included in the term called as goods and services, right? Another important definition is the definition of family, because you're going to use it extensively. Definition of family here is, in my family, my spouse and my children will be included. Okay, compulsorily they will be included, whether dependent, whether independent, doesn't matter. And apart from that, my brother, my sister, my parents and my grandparents. Brother, sister, parents, grandparents, these people will be included. Okay, only if they are wholly or mainly dependent on me. If they are wholly or mainly dependent on me, then in that case, they will be considered as my family. Right? Ma'am, why are we studying the definition of family? Because later we are going to study the definition of related person. And in related person, family member is included. That's the reason we are studying the meaning of the term family. Right? Okay, another thing. Do you recollect we had studied something about actionable claim? Actionable claim was included in the term called as goods. Okay, now one of the type of actionable claim is your specified actionable claim. Okay, specified actionable claim. 6 things are included in the specified actionable claim. That is betting, casinos, lottery, gambling, horse racing, and online money gaming. On these 6 activities, GST is going to be applicable. This we will see further in the chapter. Are you clear with this? Okay, this is not the meaning of actionable claim. These 6 things are going to be called as specified actionable claims. Right? Okay, then the next thing that we are required to do is related persons. Okay, now related persons are going to include whom? Related persons will include your employer-employee. It will include your family member. Okay, if one company is controlling the other company, then these 2 companies will be called as related person. If I am controlling 2 companies, then these 2 companies will be called as related person. If I am holding more than or equal to 25% of the shares in 2 companies, okay, 25 year also, at least 25 year also, at least 25 year also, these 2 companies will be called as related persons, right? Then same family members will be called as related person. If I have appointed you as my sole agent means you are working only for me, then in that case we both, principal and the sole agent, will be considered as related party. Business partners, okay, in a partnership firm there are partners, in a LLP there are partners. These people will be considered as related persons. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes. Okay. Then after that, going on to the next term, that is distinct persons. Okay. Now in GST, you should be already knowing that state-wise registration is required. Okay. Let's say there is a person. Okay. There is a person who is having his PAN, permanent account number. GST registration is PAN based. Okay. There is one person only having one PAN, but he is having 2 offices in 2 different states. Let's say one office is in Maharashtra, another office is in Gujarat. Then he will have to take, if he is doing taxable supply from these 2 states, then in that case he will have to take GST registration at both the places. So can we say he is having one PAN, but he will be having 2 GST registration number? So these 2 offices will be called as what? These 2 offices will be called as distinct persons. Okay, these 2 offices will be called as distinct persons. Similarly, let's say I have got one PAN and I have got one office in Mumbai, another office in Pune. Both of them are there in Maharashtra only. Then I have got 2 options. Either I can take one registration. Okay, if there is only one registration, then one PAN, one GST registration, no concept of distinct persons. But if I want to take one separate registration for Mumbai office, one separate GST registration for Pune office, GST department allows you to do so. So again, can we say here also, within one state itself, you have got 2 GST registration numbers or 2 registered offices or 2 GST registered offices. So these 2 offices will be called as what? These 2 offices will be called as distinct persons. I hope I am very clear with this. Yes. Okay, similarly, there is a concept of establishment of distinct persons. Okay, let's say in Maharashtra, I have got a particular business. Okay, I have taken registration in the state of Maharashtra. I have got GST number for Maharashtra. Okay, and I am doing some taxable business here. Means, let's say I am providing teaching services from Maharashtra. Okay, so I have to get myself registered in Maharashtra. In Tamil Nadu, let's say I want to start a petrol pump. Okay, I am going to deal in petroleum products, etc., on which GST is not there. So can I say I have one office in Maharashtra, I have another business, same person having one business in Maharashtra, one business in Tamil Nadu. But can we say Maharashtra is doing taxable supply, whereas Tamil Nadu is doing an exempt supply? So Tamil Nadu office is not required to get itself registered. So these 2 persons, can we say both of them are having same PAN? These 2 will be called as what? One is registered, one is unregistered. These 2 offices will be called as what? These 2 offices will be called as establishment of distinct persons. Okay, in distinct persons, there were 2 offices, 2 GST registration number. In establishment of distinct persons, one registered office and one unregistered under GST. I hope I am clear now, everyone. Yes. So that was what? That was nothing but your basic definitions and the introduction to the chapter. Now we have to do 2 sections in the chapter. One is section number 7 and the other one is section number 8. Okay, what is section number 7 talking about? Section number 7 basically talks about supply. Okay, 4 sections are included in the definition of supply. One is 7.1a. Can you see this on the board? I have summarized it already. 7.1a, 7.1AA, 7.1b and 7.1c. Whatever transaction falls under these 4 sections, that will be considered as a supply. Okay, if it is considered as a supply, then can we say GST applicability will come into picture? Okay, now let's start with one section. First of all, section number 71A. 71A says that there should be some supply of goods and services. Some supply, some sale, transfer, barter, exchange, lease, rentals, disposal. There should be something like that happening of goods or services for some consideration, something in return for some consideration, and that should be done in the course or furtherance of business. Means you are doing it for your business. See, in business there can be profit, there can be loss, there can be infrequent business, doesn't matter, it is still a business, right? So if there is any supply of goods or services happening for consideration in return, and I am doing this in the course or furtherance of business, then such a transaction will be considered as a supply as per section number 71A. Okay, these are the three parameters. First one supply, second one consideration, third one business. These three parameters must be met, then you can call that particular transaction as a supply as per section number 71A. Okay, now ma'am, what about donations? Donations which are received by charitable trust. Okay, now those donations, if there is anything in return that the charitable trust is required to do. See, normally when we give the donation, we do not expect anything in return. So that is not a supply. Okay, but if you are doing donation to the charitable trust and charitable trust is giving you something in return, example, it is promoting your business, it is putting a hoarding of your business outside the trust premises, etc., then there is something in return, then there is a consideration present. In such a case, GST will become applicable. We have done questions on this. Please refer to the same, right? Similarly, when you are sending, let's say you are an artist, okay, and you are making some paintings and you are sending it for an exhibition. Sending, not selling. Sending it for an exhibition. Will you get any consideration at the time of sending it for the exhibition? No. When will you get the consideration? You will get the consideration when that particular product is sold, when that particular painting is sold. So today there is no consideration. So today there will be no supply. If today there is no supply, there will be no GST applicable on the same. Right? Similarly, when the insurance company gives you a no claim bonus, because there was no claim against the policy, the insurance company will give you no claim bonus. Okay. Now on that no claim bonus, there is no GST applicable. Okay. It's not a contract. It's not a contract between you and the insurance company that if you refrain from claiming the amount, we will give you the no claim bonus. There is no such contract. Okay, it is just like an agreed discount between you and the insurance company. So whenever your no claim bonus is deducted from your premium, okay, let's say the premium on your two-wheeler, premium for your two-wheeler is equal to 1000 rupees and the company has given you no claim bonus of, let's say, 100 rupees. GST will be applicable on the net amount of 900 rupees. Okay, then one new circular was inserted, that was salvage in case of damage caused to the motor vehicle. Okay, let's say your motor vehicle has been damaged and now you go to the insurance company to claim certain amount. Okay, one option is that there was a particular part of your motor vehicle which is damaged, okay, but which can still be sold in salvage. So let's say if you tell to the insurance company that, sir, you please give me the claim, this part I will sell it in the salvage, I will sell it to the scrap dealer, etc. So insurance company will deduct the value of that salvage from the claim amount and then it will give it to you, because anyway you are going to earn from the salvage now. So here the insurance company is no more holding the salvage. You are having the salvage with you. Insurance company is not having the salvage. So there is no GST liability of the insurance company on the salvage, because it is not going to sell it. It is the customer who is going to sell it. Right? Another case is you tell to the insurance company, keep that damaged part. If you want to sell, you sell. So insurance company will give you the entire amount of insurance claim and then the insurance company will sell that salvage part to a scrap dealer. When the insurance company is selling that salvage part to the scrap dealer, on that the responsibility to discharge the GST is of the insurance company. Right? Okay. Then after that, this was all about, till here whatever we did, it was all about section number 71A. Right? Now going on to section number 71AA. Let's say there is any particular entity, okay, not an individual. Let's say there is any particular entity who is providing or who is doing any activity or transaction with its members. Example, joint venture, doing any activity or doing any transaction with its members, or a society doing some transaction with its members for some consideration. Okay, for some consideration. Then in that case, they are telling that even though these members belong to this entity, still these two people will be considered as two separate persons and GST will be applicable on the same, provided there is a consideration involved. Are you understanding this? Yes. Let's say a cooperative society is providing the service of depositing the electricity bill for the members by charging a small consideration of 5 rupees per bill, etc. Can we say society is providing service to its members, for which members are going to pay a consideration of 5 rupees? On that, GST will be applicable. The transaction will be considered as a supply. Right? That was section number 71AA. Okay, so 71AA, activity or transaction done by any person other than individual with its members, or vice versa, or members are doing that transaction with its members for some consideration, then the transaction will be considered as a supply. Right? Then going on to the next section, very nice section, important section, section number 71B. Section 71B talks about specific transaction, that is importation of services. Okay, importation of services. If you are importing any services, obviously from outside India, for some consideration, importing services, architect services, legal services, any such services, if you are importing from outside India and you are paying the consideration. Okay, now these services which you are importing, this may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. Okay, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. Okay, means you can import the services for your personal purpose also or for your business purpose also. Still on that, the recipient will be responsible to pay the taxes, because the supplier is sitting outside India. He will not come to India to pay the GST. So here the recipient, the importer of service, will be responsible to pay the GST to the government. Right? And this transaction, even if it is not in the course or furtherance of business, still it will be considered as a supply. Right? And the last one, that is section number 71C, very, very important. Section number 71C talks about deemed supply, assumed. Okay, assumed supply, even if there is no consideration. See, whatever 3 sections we did till now, in all the 3 sections above, there was consideration involved. Can you see this? I am highlighting. Consideration was involved. Consideration was involved. Here also consideration was involved. But in section number 71C, even if there is no consideration, okay, the transaction is done without consideration, then too the transaction is considered as deemed supply. Now, along with section number 71C, we have to read schedule number 1. Okay, we have to read schedule number 1. Within schedule number 1, we are required to do 4 paras. 4 transactions are going to be there. Now, what is para number 1? Try to recollect. You have already studied it once before. What is para number 1 telling? If there is any permanent transfer or disposal of business assets. Okay, there is some asset which you have been using it for business. Now that you are selling it, that you are permanently transferring it for zero consideration, for free. Let's say I have an AC in my office. I am selling it to my friend for free. For free. So you will say, ma'am, ideally it is for free, so there should be no GST applicable. But they are telling that if at the time of purchasing of this AC, if I had availed ITC, okay, if I had availed the benefit of input tax credit, okay, means government gave me the benefit of input tax credit, then today at the time of sale, even if it is for zero consideration, the transaction will be considered as a supply and you will have to pay the GST. At that time, government gave you the benefit, na? So now when you are selling it, government will take back that benefit. You will be required to pay the taxes on the same. But ma'am, zero consideration, on what value should we pay the taxes? That we will study later in the value of supply chapter. Right? Then after that, para number 2. What does para number 2 talk about? Para number 2 talks about a very, very important again. If there is any supply of goods or services, between related persons, between distinct persons, or between establishment of distinct person. Okay, if there is any supply of goods or services between related persons, distinct persons, or establishment of distinct persons, again for zero consideration, whatever we are doing, zero consideration, but in the course or furtherance of business. Okay, then in that case, even if the transaction is done for zero consideration, that transaction will be considered as a supply. Okay, let's say there are 2 related persons. They are doing some transaction for free. They are doing some business transaction for free. Government is not going to spare you. GST will be applicable on the same. Right? Then the next one, para number 3. Okay, let's say if the principal if the principal wants to sell any particular goods to a customer and the principal is selling the goods through an agent, okay, or let's say principal wants to purchase some goods from the supplier, but principal is purchasing the goods through an agent, okay, there is a middleman in between, and here if the invoice is issued in the name of agent, example, principal wanted to sell the goods to the customer, so principal gave the goods to the agent and agent is going to sell it to the customer, and if agent is giving his invoice to the customer, okay, or here the supplier is giving the invoice in the name of agent, means can we say this becomes actually two transactions? First principal is selling it to agent and then agent is selling to the customer. Similarly, supplier is selling it to the agent and then agent is selling it to the principal. So here they are telling that if such a thing happens, okay, if invoice is issued in the name of agent, then the transaction between principal and agent, even if it is for zero consideration, even that will be considered as a supply. Similarly, here the transaction between agent and principal will still be considered as a supply, provided you have to check what? Provided we have to check that the invoice is issued in whose name. See, if principal is directly issuing an invoice to the customer, or supplier is directly issuing an invoice to the principal, then this section not applicable. But if invoice is issued in the name of agent, then even the transaction between principal and agent will be considered as a deemed supply of goods, right? Okay, the transaction between principal and agent will be considered as a supply. And the last one is para number 4. Okay, again para number 4 is important, which talks about importation of services. Ma'am, just now also we studied about importation of services, na? Yes, we studied in 7.1b. 7.1b was talking about importation of services for a consideration, but 7.1c para 4 is going to talk about importation of services for zero consideration in the course or furtherance of business. From whom? From related persons or any of my establishment outside India. Let's say my branch office is outside India. Let's say my head office is outside India. From there or from your related person, you are importing some services. You are not paying anything, but you are using it for business. Then in that case, this will be considered as a deemed supply. Okay, you have questions. You have many questions coming on this. See, whenever you get a question, if you get a question on importation of services and if you feel like confused, first see whether consideration is involved or consideration is not involved. If involved, check for section 7.1b. If not involved, check for para number 4. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes. Okay. So this was all about the 4 inclusions. Okay, this was all about the 4 inclusions in supply. First was section number 7.1a, then 7.1AA, that joint venture example I gave you, then 7.1b, importation of services for a consideration, and then 7.1c, which was talking about deemed supply in case of no consideration. I hope I am very, very clear till here, everyone. Yes. Okay. Okay. So 7.1b done. 7.1c, para 1, para 2, para 3 and para 4 also done. Okay. Now a few important things in between that I want to tell you. Employer and employee. Okay. Now can we say even employer and employee are related person? Yes, can we say even employer and employee are related persons? So now in that case, what if employee is providing services and employer is paying him salary, allowances, perquisites? Can we say that is a service in relation to employment? Yes, but even this is supply of service between related person. So maybe your section 7 can become applicable there and GST will become applicable. But they say that this will be specifically excluded from the term of supply when we do schedule number 3. Okay, anything given to the employee in course of employment will be totally excluded. Okay, no GST will ever come. Imagine GST on salary also. Gone. Right? So there will be no GST on the same. But one exception there is if the employer, okay, this one very, very important. If the employer gives any gifts to the employee, okay, up to 50,000 per employee in a financial year, then no GST on that. But if the value of gift exceeds rupees 50,000 in a financial year to one employee, then GST will be applicable on the entire amount. Okay, gifts is an exception. Please remember, up to 50,000, no GST, exceeding 50,000, GST will be applicable. Very clear with this? Okay. Then after that, a few clarification on sale promotion scheme. What if we are giving some free samples and free gifts to our customers who are unrelated? If customers are unrelated, then they will not fall, and we are giving it for free, zero consideration. That will not fall under schedule number 1 because these are unrelated persons, right? So on that there will be no GST applicable. Okay, then you must have heard about BOGO schemes, buy one get one free schemes. You must have heard about it. So on BOGO, it looks free. Okay, but it is not actually free because you are paying some consideration. Consideration is paid. Instead of one product, they are giving you 2 products. So on that, normal GST will become applicable. Right? Okay, then going on to the next section. Next section is talking about section number 7.1a. 7.1a says that these transactions are supply. Okay, whatever is listed here, these are supply. Now you just need to bifurcate whether it is supply of goods or whether it is supply of services. Okay, so in short, let me tell you, whenever there is any transfer in title, okay, whenever there is any transfer in title, then in that case, it will be considered as supply of goods. I am selling this AC remote to you. Sale, na? So supply of goods. I am giving this AC remote to you for using it. Then this will be considered as supply of services. Hire purchase type of a transaction where I am giving you the goods but the ownership will come to you but at a later date. Doesn't matter. Still it will be considered as supply of goods. Okay, lease, tenancy, etc. will be considered as supply of services. Job work services where you are giving a particular raw material and you are telling to the job worker to do some activity on it. Even that will be considered as supply of services. See, even if the job worker is going to use some petty raw materials, etc. But the main thing there is the service that he is doing on your raw material. So even that will be considered as supply of services. Okay. If you are selling off your business assets, I'm selling off my AC, I'm selling off my system. Okay, then in that case, again, it will be considered as goods. Okay. Office goods, goods, I'm using it for I've given it to someone to use it. Office assets or office assets, I've put it for my private use. It will be considered as supply of services. I hope I'm very, very clear with this. Yes, renting of an immovable property, renting of a house, renting of a commercial property. Again, it will be considered as supply of services. Along with that, tenancy premium. Okay, if you are paying any tenancy premium to the past tenant or to the owner, then even that is considered at par with rent, and on that also GST will be applicable and it will be considered as supply of services. Okay, then construction activity. Okay, construction activity will be considered as supply of services. But if there is any construction of an immovable property happening and entire consideration is received by the builder after the completion certificate. Okay, imagine you are a builder, you are building it. During construction, some people book the flats, book the houses, etc. At that time, if they are paying you any consideration, on that GST will be applicable. Okay, let's say your building is ready. Okay, people have started staying in it, or you have received the completion certificate. Then someone comes to you to book the house. Then it is no more a construction service, then it becomes sale of immovable property. Then there will be no GST applicable. Okay, but provided entire consideration is paid after. Okay, entire consideration is paid after the building is ready. Are you clear with this? Yes. Okay. Similarly, if you are paying any extra location charges, okay, if you are paying any preferential location charges for a good view for your house property, then again it will be taxable. Okay, if you are paying it at the time of that under construction property only above, then it will be taxable as supply of services. Suppose you are paying it after the property is ready. If you have paid the entire consideration after the property is ready, then again no GST will be applicable. So basically this is bundled. Okay, this is bundled along with the main property. Then after that, what about use of patent, use of copyright? You have given your patent or copyright to someone else to use it. Then it will be considered as supply of services. What if someone is tolerating your act and you are giving some consideration? Supply of service. What if you are telling someone to do something for which you are going to pay a consideration? Again, it will be considered as supply of service. What if someone is customizing a software for you? Again, it will be considered as supply of service. Right? Okay. Then after that, what about works contract? Okay, what about works contract? Works contract is nothing but again any contract for building, construction, fabrication, modification, improvement, repairs, etc. of any immovable property. If someone is doing this particular work, then we can call it as a works contract, and works contract always involves goods plus services. So ma'am, what should we consider? Should we consider it as supply of goods or should we consider it as supply of services? So that will be considered as supply of services. They have clarified it, right? And the last one, that is restaurant services. Restaurant was a problem under the old law also, because should we consider it as goods or services? So now GST is very clear that it will be considered as supply of services. Okay, even if food is involved, still it will be considered as supply of services, but exclude alcoholic liquor for human consumption. If you go to any restaurant for and if you have alcohol there, then in that case you will be getting two different invoices, one for food, one for alcohol. On alcohol there will be no GST, that you already know now, right? Okay, so these were the things that we had studied, right? Then after that, this was with section number. This was your section number 71A. Okay, whatever we did here was section number 71A. 71A was talking about your classification of a supply into supply of goods or services, right? Then after that, going on to the next part. Okay, next part is two transactions which the government has notified by way of a notification. First one, any activities or transaction done by whom? Any activities or transaction done by central government, state government, local authority, which was actually whose responsibility? Which was the responsibility of panchayat or municipality. Okay, but that work has been done by central government, state government, local authority, for which they are going to get the consideration. On that there will be no GST applicable. Okay, that on that there will be no GST applicable. Please remember that. This we are doing from section number 7.2. Okay, this we are doing from section number 7.2. 7.2 is going to talk about your non-supplies. Okay, I'll just show it to you. Section number 7.2 and schedule number 3. Okay, this is going to talk about your negative list, non-supplies. There 10 transactions are going to be there that we will come back to. Along with that, we have to do 2 more transactions. What are these transactions talking about? First one, any activity or transaction done by central government, state government, local authority, which was whose function? Which was the function of municipality or panchayat. Then there will be, this is not considered as a supply. And secondly, if any state government is granting any liquor license, okay, state government is providing any liquor license to any person for starting a liquor shop, etc., for which they charge license fee, on that also there will be no GST applicable. This will not be considered as supply of goods or services. This point is applicable only for liquor license, not any other license given by the state government. So these are the 2 extra points. These are the 2 extra points that you have to understand, right? Acha, 2 more points which the government has, the CBIC has clarified by way of a circular, that if there is any interstate movement of any vehicle, okay, interstate movement of any vehicle, that is from one distinct person to another distinct person. Okay, if there is any movement of vehicle, maybe they are moving for transporting goods, for transporting passengers, or the vehicle is moving for doing repairs and maintenance, etc., then they are telling that this should not be considered as supply of that vehicle. Okay, it should not be, see, the vehicle is just getting transported from one place to another, it will come back to its own place. So this should not be considered as supply of vehicle. We are not selling the vehicle, we are sending the vehicle to the other place, right? Similarly, at the time of movement, there can be some spare parts, etc., lying within the vehicle. So even that is getting transported from one place to another. That does not mean there is going to be GST on the value of those spare parts, etc., right? So these were the total 4 transactions extra of notifications and circulars, which will not be considered as supply. Now coming on to the most important part again is section number 7.2 read with schedule number 3. See, section number 7.1 was talking about what? 7.1A was talking about supply. Okay, 7.1A, 7.1AA, 7.1B, 7.1C was talking about supply. Those things will be included. Then there we also did schedule number 1. Okay, then we went to schedule number 2. Schedule number 2 simply did the bifurcation between supply of goods and supply of services. And now we are coming on to schedule number 3, which says following transactions. 10 transactions we are going to do here. These 10 transactions will neither be considered as supply of goods nor it will be considered as supply of services. First one, any services provided by employee to the employer in the course of employment. Okay, in the course of employment, not in any other capacity, but in the course of employment, then there will be no GST applicable on the same. Okay, there will be no GST applicable on the same. Example, perquisites given, allowances given, etc. No GST. Gifts, do you recollect? Up to 50,000, no GST. Exceeding 50,000, yes GST. Acha, what if that person is working in his professional capacity, a director working in a professional capacity? In that GST is not applicable because there is no employer-employee relationship applicable there. Okay. Similarly, if the employees get any ESOP, then on that also there will be no GST applicable. It is just like my perquisite. Okay. We had a circular there. There is an Indian subsidiary company. Indian subsidiary company is having its holding company but outside India. Okay, Indian subsidiary company is giving to its employees. Can you see this? Indian subsidiary company is giving to its employees the shares of foreign holding company. Okay, now can we say this is a transaction in securities? If this is a transaction in securities, there will be no GST applicable. Next, employees are getting the shares at a discounted price. On that also there will be no GST applicable because it is a perquisite for the employees. Right? And the next one, if holding company, foreign holding company, whose shares are being given to the employees, if they charge any extra consideration for doing such a transaction, then on that extra consideration, GST will be applicable. I hope this much is manageable. Yes, so first point done, that is supply of goods. Sorry, supply of services by employee to the employer. Next one is any services provided by court or tribunal. Okay, court is giving us the judgment, court is doing the trial of the cases. So any services provided by any courts, tribunal, forums, etc. for which they are charging the court fee. If we are not talking about lawyer, we are talking about the court. So whatever amount we are paying to the court fees, on that also there will be no GST applicable. This is neither considered as supply of goods nor considered as supply of services. Okay, then after that, there are few important people who perform certain functions. Okay, any person who is performing any functions as MP, MLAs, okay, then members of local authority, or any person who is holding some position as per the constitutional powers. Example, Prime Minister, President of India, or any person who is a member, chairperson, director of a government body. Okay, example, SEBI chairman. Okay, or example, ICI president, etc. Whenever they are performing their duties on behalf of the entity, then in that case they will be getting some consideration. That is totally outside the purview of GST, and there will be, this is neither considered as supply of goods nor considered as supply of services. 3 points done. Okay, first one employer-employee, second one court and tribunal, third one, what was the third one? This MP, MLAs, president, etc. Then fourth one, if there is any person who is providing services relating to funeral, burial, mortuary, or crematorium, or someone is helping for transportation of deceased person from one place to another, he will charge some consideration, but on that consideration there will be no GST applicable. Right? Then the next one is sale of land. On sale of land, no GST at all. On sale of building, you should already be knowing the answer. Sale of building, if under construction, GST applicable. Fully ready, entire consideration is paid after the building is fully ready, and in that case no GST will be applicable on the same. Okay, acha, one more thing, we studied about sale of land. Okay, we studied about sale of land, no GST. It can be any type of land. It can be a barren land, it can be a developed land, it may be an unstable land, it may be a developed land or a leveled land, doesn't matter. GST will be applicable on GST will never be applicable on the same. Okay, then the next one, that is actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. Okay, do you recollect those 6 specified actionable claims, lottery, betting, etc.? On those 6, GST is applicable. On other actionable claims, it is considered as a non-supply. I hope I am clear with this. Okay. Then the next 2 points. Point number 7, that talks about merchant trading, out and out supplies. Okay, Arpita is sitting here in India. Arpita purchases some goods from USA and Arpita sells the goods to a person in UK, and the goods have not come into India. Means I am purchasing from US, I am telling that person to directly ship it to UK. So here the GST will not be applicable. Okay, this transaction of that is supply of goods from non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory will not be considered as a supply. Okay. Then similarly, let's say you have imported some goods and you have kept the goods in the warehouse, custom bonded warehouse only. You have not cleared it for home consumption. Then before clearing it for home consumption, you are selling it to someone else. Okay, you are selling it to someone else. Means can we say actually the goods have not come into the taxable part? So this will be considered as non-supply. Okay, another one. Let's say you were importing the goods from the other country. By sea, by waterways. Okay, while the goods were in waters, you did the document title and you have sold the goods to someone else. Again, this transaction will not be considered as a supply. Means the transaction of selling it to someone else while the goods were in water, the goods have not even entered India. Even that is not considered as a supply. Right? Then after that, 2 points added. First point is about co-insurance. Okay, let's say an insurance company, we go to an insurance company and insurance company says that I cannot alone handle this risk. Let's appoint a co-insurer also. Let's take the help of one more insurance company. So in that case, 2 insurance company, let's say, handles my case, handles my claim, handles my policy. Okay, in that case, whatever premium I pay, can we say that will be shared between the lead insurer and the co-insurer? Right? Now, if the main insurer pays GST on the total amount of premium, then in that case, no GST is required to be paid by the co-insurer. Why? Because whatever was his share also, on that also the GST has been paid by the lead insurer. Right? Similarly, let's take the case of reinsurance. Okay. In co-insurance, the above point, the insured person knows that this is a case of co-insurance. He knows about both the insurance companies. But in case of reinsurance, I deal only with one insurance company. Okay, again, I go to an insurance company, I say that I want a policy of 100 crore. Insurance company says, okay, premium will be XYZ amount. Okay, then insurance company thinks that we should share the risk with some other insurance company also. So it goes to the second insurance company and tells it that I have got a business, will you share? So the other company says yes. Can we say both of them are going to share the premium here? Yes, the main insurance company, first insurance company is going to transfer some premium to the second insurance company. But now the second insurance company says that, the first insurance company says that, see, I have given you business also now, so I want some commission for that. I will give you premium, but I want some commission also. That commission is called as ceding commission. Okay, so let's say premium payable by first company to second company was 20 lakh. Okay, and commission receivable from the second company to first company is equal to 1 lakh. So can we say now instead of transferring 20 lakhs, I will only transfer 19 lakhs, that is after keeping my commission. But if the if the second company has paid GST on full 20 lakhs, that is 19 lakh plus 1 lakh, then the first insurance company need not pay any GST on the commission. Right? Okay, we have discussed about this in detail in our main lectures. So please refer it. Okay, please refer it. These 2 plus 2 non-supplies we have already covered. So total, can I say 10 points in the above table and 2 plus 2 points in the below 2 paragraphs, notifications and circulars. So totally 14 transactions. Are covered under the term called as non-supplies. Yes. Okay, so this was a summary. Everyone here, this was a summary. In supply, 4 things included: 71A, 71AA, 71B and 71C. 71C plus schedule 1, 4 paras. This was deemed supply. Then section number 71A plus schedule number 2. That was talking about classification between goods and services. And then section number 7(2) plus schedule number 3, these are your non-supplies, 10 transaction plus 2 plus 2, total 14 transactions, right? All these things we have done in section number 7. Okay, all these things we have done under section number 7. Okay, please go through these carefully because we have questions coming from this, right? Acha, now, ma'am, supply we have studied. When will GST get attracted on it? If the supply is a taxable supply, that diagram means on which GST is leviable, plus the supply is made by a taxable person. Taxable person means either a registered person or a person who is liable to get registered. Registered person or a person who is liable to get registered. If these two conditions are fulfilled, then GST will be applicable on that particular transaction. So first it should be a supply on which GST is leviable, so it becomes a taxable supply, and this taxable supply should be done by whom? This taxable supply should be done by a taxable person, then GST will be applicable on the same. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes. And then going on to the last part of the chapter, that is section number 8, which talks about composite and mixed supply. Okay, composite and mixed supply, simple concept, very, very simple concept. Now, in composite supply, let's say you are making 2 or more supplies together. Okay, you are the supplier, you are making 2 or more supplies together, and generally these 2 supplies are naturally bundled together. Okay, naturally bundled together means these are generally given together only. Okay, these are naturally bundled together in ordinary course of business. Then all these supplies given together will be called as what? This will be called as composite supply. Okay, ma'am, so what? Now see, in this composite supply, whatever 2 or more supplies that we are giving, in that one of the supply is the principal supply, main supply, and all others are the ancillary supply. Okay, so example, let's say you are traveling by aeroplane. Okay, you pay for the flight ticket plus you pay for the food also. Flight ticket was 5,000 rupees, food is equal to 500 rupees, total amount is equal to 5,500. Okay, now listen, let's say the rate of GST on flight ticket is 18% and rate of GST on food is equal to 5%. But can we say the airlines has charged 5,500 from you? Now, what will be the rate of GST applicable on this? So, if it is a composite supply, the rate of GST applicable on the total amount is equal to the percentage of GST which is applicable on principal supply. Now, can you identify in flight ticket and food, what is the principal supply? Did you go in the flight for having food or did you go in the flight for traveling? Obviously, we went into the flight for traveling, na? So, flight ticket is important. So, what was the rate of GST on air travels? That is 18%. So, on entire 5,500, 18% will be applicable. Are you able to understand this? You need not do you don't have to do the bifurcation. 5,000, 18%, 500, 5%. No. Because it is a composite supply, on the total amount, the rate of principal supply will become applicable. Okay, flight ticket plus food is there, laptop bag along with laptop is there, battery along with mobile phone is there, hospital plus food is there, hospital plus medicines is there. All these are naturally given together. So this will be called as what? This will be called as composite supply. Okay, and the next one that is going to be your mixed supply. Okay, I will come to that clarification, don't worry. Next one is going to be the mixed supply. First, try to understand the concept. Okay, mixed supply. In mixed supply, again, there are going to be 2 or more supplies. Okay, one second now. Yes, in mixed supply, again, there will be 2 or more supplies given by the supplier to the recipient, but these 2 or more supplies are not naturally bundled together. Okay, these are not naturally bundled together. Do you recollect in the main lecture I had given you the example of gift hamper that I will be giving you after clearing, after getting exemption in IDT, etc. Yes, so I had, what all things had I included in the hamper? Okay, let's say I am adding different products. I am adding a wristwatch, I am adding a perfume, I am adding chocolates, I am adding sweets, and I am making a bunch out of it. Okay, the supplier is supplying this. Let's say the shopkeeper is selling me this entire hamper. Now, can we say, are these things ordinarily bundled together? No. Okay, so what he has done, what the supplier has done, he has artificially bundled it together and he is charging a single price. And he is not even showing the bifurcation in the invoice. He is writing a flat amount. Let's say hamper amount is equal to 15,000 rupees. So now in this case, this supply will be called as a mixed supply. Okay, basic difference in composite supply, those were naturally bundled together. Here it is not naturally bundled together. Okay, here they have just combined some individual supplies and they are charging a single amount for that and they are not even showing the bifurcation in the invoice. Then such a supply will be called as a mixed supply. What rate of GST will be applicable on mixed supply? Whatever products are there, whatever supplies are included, out of that, whichever product has the highest rate of GST. Okay, whichever product has the highest rate of GST amongst those products, that rate will be applicable on the entire mixed supply. Yes, this is the meaning of the term called as mixed supply. Right? Acha, similarly, now few clarifications here. Let's say there is a goods transportation agency. Okay, let's say VRL Logistics is there. Okay, VRL Logistics main work is to do the transportation. Along with transportation, it is also providing me some loading services, unloading services, etc. Can we say even this is a composite supply? In which, what is the principal supply? Transportation is the principal supply. So this supply will be called as a composite supply. Right? Acha, let's say I am an author. Okay, I have prepared the notes. I have the PDF available with me. I go to a printer and I tell him that I want to get my notes printed. He says, okay, I will use my own paper. I will use my own ink. I just need the content from you. I give the content to the printer. He does the printing and he gives me the final product. Now, will this be considered as supply of goods or will this be considered as supply of services? Now, they are telling here the raw material is not important. Here, what is important is printing of content is important. If printing of content is important, then this will be considered as supply of services. Okay, this will be considered as supply of services. Similarly, let's say I am owning Domino's. Okay, let's say I am the owner of Domino's. Domino's wanted to get its tissue paper printed. Okay, with its logo. So I go to a printer, I tell to the printer, see this is the logo, please print this on a plain tissue paper and give me the tissue paper. Tissue paper belongs to the printer. So now here, what is important? What is important? The logo on the tissue paper is important or the paper itself is important? Here the paper itself is important. So this will be considered as supply of goods. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes, another one, cinema hall. Let's say you go to book my show, you are booking a movie ticket. While booking the movie ticket, you book for the food also. So you are purchasing movie ticket plus food. Can we say this is a composite supply? Yes, this is going to be a composite supply where movie exhibition is going to be the principal supply. But what if as of now you take the movie tickets only and later you will take the food later? Then this will be considered as individual supply. As of now, pay GST on movie tickets, later pay GST on food. I hope I am very, very clear till here, everyone. Yes, manageable, simple. Okay, done. Let me know if this was helpful for you, everyone. Okay, and then a few circulars. Okay, a few circulars that we had to do, circulars and clarifications which they have put only for the CA final students. That is, first one, let's talk about the production sharing contracts. Okay, let's say you are a person who is engaged into oil extraction and all those things. So for that, you will have to first take the permission from the government for doing the mining and all that, for doing the extraction. Let's say you go to the government and government gives you the permission with the condition that government also wants some share of petroleum in that. You agree, you don't have any other option, you agree. Okay, now in this particular contract, what happens is whatever you are extracting, can we say there will be some cost involved for that extraction? Yes, while extracting, you will be incurring some cost. After extraction, first you will keep aside that much value of petroleum or that much value of your oil just to meet your contract cost. Okay, let's say I incurred a cost of 10 crore rupees for extracting. So, petroleum equivalent to 10 crore, I will keep it aside. This is called as what? This is called as cost petroleum. Okay, this is called as cost petroleum. Now, after that, let's say totally you have extracted petroleum worth 100 crore. From that 10 crore you have set aside, you are left with 90 crore. Now this 90 crore you are going to keep with yourself, plus you are going to share it with the government. Okay. Now whatever you are going to share with the government, on that there will be no GST. Ma'am, why? Can we say this is a service which was provided to me by the government, for which I have paid the share of petroleum to the government? This was a service provided by government to me for allowing me to do the extraction, for which I paid the share of profit. On this there will be no GST, because any services provided by government is going to be exempted. That we will study separately in the exemption chapter. Okay. This was not the question. The question is the cost petroleum that you had kept. That 10 crore of cost petroleum that you had kept, on that GST applicable or GST not applicable. So they are telling that this is not a service that is provided by the government to you. You are doing the extraction for yourself, and to meet that cost, you have kept that petroleum aside. So on that cost petroleum, there will be no GST applicable. Okay, that is given here. That is given here in the first circular, right? Second one was talking about financial services. Very, very simple. Like you already know, any transaction in money and securities, is outside the purview of GST, because it is neither goods nor services. Okay, similarly, issue of commercial paper, demand draft, letter of credit, certificate of deposits, etc. Even these are counted as money, and there will be no GST on the same. But for issuing this, if there is any separate consideration charged like commission, brokerage, etc., on that GST will be applicable. Okay, similarly, in case of securities are also excluded from goods as well as services. But what about derivatives? Even derivatives are considered as securities. If derivatives are considered as securities, then there will be no GST on their transaction also. Similarly, in case of future contracts, forward contracts also, there are two ways of settlement. Okay, two ways of settlement. If the settlement is done, if the settlement takes place by way of actual delivery of that commodity, then GST will be applicable. But if it takes place, if there is a net of settlement that takes place, then in that case, means there is no delivery of goods actually happening, the transaction is settled in money itself, then in that case there will be no GST. So the conclusion is if derivatives are settled, future contracts, forward contracts are settled by way of actual delivery of that commodity, then GST applicable, otherwise GST not applicable, right? Then going to the next one, that is priority sector lending certificate. Priority sector lending certificate, which is used by the banks. Okay, banks are required to fulfill some criteria and quota of doing some priority sector lending, means lending to some priority sectors. If they are not able to do, then they will have to purchase these certificates from the other banks who have got the surplus. So they have to purchase these from the other banks online through the RBI portal. They will have to purchase these certificates. Now these certificates are considered as goods. Okay, these certificates are considered as goods, and if they are considered as goods, on that GST is going to be applicable, and that too IGST will be applicable, because these transactions are done online over the e-Kuber portal of RBI. So they have very much made it clear that IGST will be applicable on the same. Are you clear with this? Yes. And the last one is, again we have done something similar to this. Let's say if there are some goods which are sent outside India just for the purpose of exhibition. Okay, exhibition outside India. Okay, now in this case, this cannot be considered as export. Okay, this cannot be considered as export, because we are just sending it, we are not selling it. Okay, can we say as of now there is going to be no consideration? As of now, there will be no consideration. Consideration will come when the goods are sold in the exhibition. So can we say today this is not even a supply? If this is not even a supply, can you call it as an export supply? No, you cannot call it as an export supply. And you cannot even call it as a zero rated supply. Generally, exports are called as zero rated supply, right? So since it is not a supply, you cannot even call it as a zero rated supply. That is told in the fourth clarification. I hope I am very, very clear, everyone. Yes. So these were your extra circulars which they have added for the CA final students specifically. I hope this revision lecture is useful for you. Please do let me know in comments. Even I do need motivation. Please do let me know if this was helpful for you. Thank you so much. And we are continuing with the next chapter's revision. Yes. Okay, so let's start with a super quick revision of the next chapter, that is Charge of GST. Important chapter for both CA Inters as well as CA Final. In this particular chapter, we are going to do section number 9. Okay, mainly section number 9 of the CGST Act plus section number 10 of the CGST Act and section number 5 of the IGST Act. Yes. Section number 9 of CGST Act and section number 5 of IGST Act is going to correspond with each other, and section number 10 of CGST Act is altogether different. Okay. Now ma'am, what are we going to study in this particular chapter? This chapter is very varied chapter. We are going to study different concepts in it. Okay. But ma'am, then why Charge of GST name is given? So yes, as we have already studied in the previous chapter, supply chapter we had done. Yes, in supply chapter we had discussed that which transactions will be considered as a supply, which will not be considered as a supply. Which will not be considered as a supply, that is gone. Okay, now the transaction which are considered as a supply, can we say on that GST will be leviable? On that GST will be leviable means first we'll have to classify whether it is intrastate transaction or interstate transaction, and then on that, if it is intrastate, then CGST, SGST will be applicable. If it is interstate, then IGST will be applicable. All those things we have more or less discussed it somewhere, right? Now there is a charging section. Okay, there is a charging section, that is section number 9 of the CGST Act and 5 of the IGST Act, in which we are going to study that what will be the rates of taxes and on what transaction what tax is going to levy. That is one thing that we are going to study. Now before we get into the levy thing, let us do a few important definitions. Okay, few important definitions. Here I have given all the definitions, but for the timing, let's do a few important definitions. First of all, we are also going to study a concept called as ECO. You must have already studied about ECO, e-commerce operator. Now, what do you mean by ECO? ECO is such a person who is doing some supply of goods or services online, okay, or digitally that person is doing. And e-commerce operator is a person who is owning a platform or who is managing a particular platform or who is operating a platform on which the goods are going to be, goods or services are going to be supplied electronically. Right, these were the two things which I wanted to do with you. Another thing is aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover means everything. Okay, aggregate turnover means everything. That is, your taxable supply will be included, your exempt supply will be included, your interstate transactions, your intrastate transaction, everything will be included except for two things. Okay, ma'am, what two things are not included? See, we are calculating turnover. Okay, so it will not include your taxes. Okay, it will not include your taxes. Basically, only the value of sales will be included, not the taxes on it. That is one thing. Another thing is your inward supplies, your purchases, your inward supplies on which you are paying tax under RCM. Inward supplies on which you are paying tax under RCM. That is not included in your aggregate turnover. Why? Because aggregate turnover is your sales. Okay, that is not your purchases. So, inward supplies on which tax is payable under RCM, even that will be excluded from the meaning of aggregate turnover. Okay, then ma'am, this is very normal na, that purchases is never included in turnover. Then why have they given this point here? You are paying tax under RCM na. On your inward supplies, you are paying tax under RCM. Normally, we pay tax on our outward supply. So, only outward supply is included in aggregate turnover. So, here they have specifically given, even if on your purchases you are paying the tax, that will still remain your purchases and that will never become your sales. I hope I am very, very clear now, everyone. Yes? Okay. Reverse charge concept you already know. Reverse charge is such a transaction, or reverse charge is such a concept where on some goods and services which is notified by the government, on that the supplier supplies the goods or services to the recipient and the recipient will be liable to pay the tax to the government in cash. Okay, recipient will be responsible to pay the tax. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes, other definitions are also given here. You can just go through it once. Yes. Now, as we have already studied in the first chapter, which all acts have come into picture? CGST Act has come into picture, UTGST Act has come into picture, IGST Act has come into picture, and multiple SGST Acts have come into picture, different states. So which act is applicable to whom? Which act is applicable to whom? IGST Act will be applicable to whole of India. CGST Act will be applicable to whole of India. Ma'am, what do you mean by India? What do you mean by India? So India is going to include its land territory as per our constitution. Okay, it is also going to include our territorial waters, seabed. Okay, up to exclusive economic zone, that is up to 200 nautical miles, it is going to come into India, right? And the last one is the airspace above our land territory and the airspace above our territorial waters. Even that will be included. In the term India. Right? So IGST and CGST Act will be applicable to whole of India. Then ma'am, what about UTGST and what about SGSTs? So UTGST, as you already know, it will be applicable to those union territories which do not have their own state legislature, right? That is called D and others, as we have been doing, right? Chandigarh, then your Andaman and Nicobar Islands, then your Lakshadweep, then your Ladakh, then Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, and any other territory as may be notified later on. Right? So UTGST Act will be applicable to these people, and SGST, respective state GST Act, will be applicable to that respective state. Example, Maharashtra GST Act will be applicable only to the state of Maharashtra. I hope I am clear till here. Yes, so what have we studied till now? Nothing conceptual. Okay, nothing conceptual we have studied. We have done a few definition, and we have done that these acts which are there under GST, this is applicable to whom. Okay, now we are getting into the provisions. Okay, now here we are talking about the leviability. Okay, we are talking about the leviability. We are going to do section number 9 of the CGST Act, and correspondingly we are going to do section number 5 of the IGST Act. Okay, all the provisions are going to correspond to each other, just that whatever we are going to talk in section number 9, that is going to talk about intrastate supply, and whatever we are going to discuss in section number 5, that is going to be your interstate supply, inter, that way. Okay, now we are going to have 5 subsections, 9.1 to 9.5, 5.1 to 5.5. Now ma'am, what does 9.1 say? 9.1 says that, I am highlighting the keywords, please try to connect now. Okay, 9.1 says that on all the intra-state supply, within the state supply, CGST will be applicable. Okay, CGST will be applicable, but it will not be applicable on alcoholic liquor for human consumption, then your undenatured extra neutral alcohol, which is the main product which is used to make the alcohol for human consumption, and rectified spirit. Okay, alcoholic liquor for human consumption, undenatured extra neutral alcohol, and rectified spirits. These are totally outside the purview of GST. So on this, GST is not applicable. Still it is there. VAT, CST, excise will be applicable on the same, right? On all the other interstate supplies, CGST will be applicable, and the maximum rate of CGST alone can be up to 20%. Okay. Similarly, can we say on all the interstate supplies, which tax will be applicable? IGST will be applicable, but excluding your alcoholic liquor for human consumption, extra neutral alcohol, ENA, and rectified spirit. This is totally outside the purview of GST. So CGST also, SGST also, and IGST also, nothing is applicable on this particular product, and the maximum rate of IGST is going to be 40%, double na? CGST plus SGST is equal to IGST. So CGST maximum rate was 20%. So IGST maximum rate is going to be 40%. Right? Acha, one more thing that you need to know is on imports. Okay, on imports, custom duty is applicable, and on imports, IGST will also apply. So whenever you are importing, at that time, customs duty is also applicable, plus IGST will also apply. Okay, but there are certain products, certain goods on which import duty will not come into picture, custom duty will not come into picture, but still IGST will be applicable. Okay, example, online money gaming. Online money gaming is your specified actionable claim. Specified actionable claim is a part of actionable claim, and actionable claim is it comes under goods. But can we say online money gaming is intangible? right? So on that customs duty cannot be made applicable, but on that IGST is applicable. So there are certain goods which the government will notify on which IGST will be applicable without customs duty being applicable. I hope I am clear till here. Yes. Then your section number 9.2 and section number 5.2. What does these two sections talk about? Both of them says that those 5 petroleum products, petroleum, crude, high speed, diesel, motor, spirit, natural gas and aviation turbine fuel. On these 5, as of now GST is not leviable. GST will be levied from a future date which will be notified by the government after taking the recommendation from the GST council, right? So on that CGST is also not applicable and IGST is also not applicable, right? Then section number 9.3 and 9.4 is going to talk about 9.394 and 5.354 is going to talk about reverse charge mechanism which we are going to discuss separately later on, right? Then after that, section number 9.5 and section number 5.5, these two sections are going to talk about e-commerce operator. Again, I am not getting into the detail as of now because separately we are going to now do the concept of e-commerce operator. Manageable till here? Yes. Yes, so now we have seen section number 9 and section number 5, overview of the same. Yes, two things, RCM and e-commerce operator we are going to deal with separately, right? Now let's start with reverse charge mechanism. Just try to understand first of all what we are supposed to do here. Section number 9.3 of CGST Act and section number 5.3 of the IGST Act, okay? Within these, the government has notified certain goods and certain services on which RCM is applicable. Okay, ma'am, can you please tell us the concept of RCM? Yes. Now, let's say there is a particular supplier. Okay, this supplier is supplying some goods or services to the recipient. Okay, and recipient is required to pay the consideration to the supplier. Now, if the supplier is providing those notified goods and services, okay, those notified goods and services to the recipient on which RCM is applicable, then in such a case, the recipient is required to go and pay the tax to the government. Okay, means supplier will supply the goods or services, recipient will simply pay the value of goods or services to the supplier, not the tax amount, and tax amount he will pay from his pocket to the government. And after paying that amount to the government, he can claim this amount he will pay in cash. Means he cannot utilize the ITC for paying this liability. This amount he will pay in cash, and after paying in cash, he can avail that amount. This amount, the amount that he has paid to the government, he can take the input tax credit of the same. Yes. This is basically the concept of RCM. And another thing is your all the responsibility, that is filing the returns, payment of tax, all the responsibility shifts. Okay, from the supplier, the responsibility shifts to the recipient. Are you clear with this? This is basically the overview of your reverse charge mechanism provision. I have also given it in detail in our book also. Yes. Chalo. Then after that, one important point I'll tell you later on when we do composition scheme. We will combine the provision of composition scheme and RCM later when we do the composition scheme. Okay, I'll not tell you now because as of now we have not discussed about composition scheme at all. Chalo. So now there are certain goods and certain services on which RCM will be applicable. Let's try to understand on which goods and on which services reverse charge mechanism is applicable. First let's do the goods category. 7 things are there under goods. First one is your cashew nuts, unshelled and unpeeled. Okay, not shelled and not peeled. If these cashew nuts, BD wrapper leaves, tobacco leaves, raw cotton, when it is supplied by farmer to a business entity, to a registered person, then they are telling that why to put the responsibility on the farmer, instead of that you can put the responsibility on the registered person. Similarly, when there is supply of any lottery tickets by the state government or union territory to any lottery dealer, to any lottery agent, government says, I will not take the responsibility, give the responsibility to pay the tax to the lottery agent. Okay, similarly, silk yarn. Okay, silk yarn. When it is supplied by the manufacturer of silk yarn to a registered person. Silk yarn happens generally, this sericulture etc. This happens generally in the rural areas. So they are telling why to burden the manufacturer, instead put the responsibility on the registered person. Then used vehicles, seized vehicles, used goods, waste, scrap, etc. When it is sold by government to any registered person, by government to any registered person, again the responsibility is going to be on the registered person. But here in government, Ministry of Railways will be excluded. Means if Ministry of Railway is supplying it to any registered person, then forward charge mechanism will be applicable, normal mechanism will be applicable, that is the supplier will be responsible to collect the tax and pay it to the government. Okay, then the next transaction is of essential oils other than that of citrus fruit, that is peppermint, etc. Okay, if essential oils, that is peppermint and other mint, when it is supplied by an unregistered person to a registered person, unregistered to registered, anyway unregistered was not going to collect the tax and not going to pay it to the government, so the responsibility is now on the registered person. Okay, then after that, priority sector lending certificate. Priority sector lending certificate is a certificate which is considered as goods and which is traded between the banks. So when it is supplied by one registered person to another registered person, still the recipient will be required to pay the GST on the same. RCM is applicable. And the last point was sometime back newly inserted, which talks about metal scrap. Okay, metal scrap when it is supplied by unregistered person to a registered person. Again, unregistered was not at all responsible, so this would have caused loss of revenue to the government. So the responsibility is going to be on the registered person. He is going to pay the tax from his pocket and then he can take the ITC of the same. Okay, metal scrap is also going to have some connection with the TCS provisions, TDS provisions, which we are going to study later. So at that time we will again come back to this point. So these were the 7 transactions in relation to goods. Okay, 7 transactions in relation to goods on which RCM is applicable. If RCM is applicable, then the tax will be paid by the recipient. Simple pointer. Yes. Okay, so then let's go to the services. Okay, goods we have just completed. Now let's go to the services. These are those services on which tax is going to come under reverse charge mechanism, and this is the most important part of the chapter. In case of these services, the responsibility to pay the tax is going to come on the recipient. Yes, let's start with the transactions, everyone. Now, first transaction is going to be the GTA. Goods Transport Agency is providing the goods transportation services by road to some 7 people. GTA providing the services to these 7 people, that is your factory, that is your society, that is your cooperative society, then any person registered under GST, then partnership firm whether registered or not, any casual taxable person or any body corporate. Okay, ma'am, what do you mean by casual taxable person? We will do as in when we go ahead, but as of now you can just take it as a temporary businessman. Okay, temporary person who is doing business here in India. So if GTA is providing services to these people and these people are paying the consideration to the GTA, then in such a case RCM will be applicable and these people will be responsible to pay the tax to the government in cash, and then they can take the ITC of the same under reverse charge mechanism. Yes, so basically GTA providing services to 7 people, then reverse charge mechanism will be applicable. Okay, but here there are 2 exceptions. First exception is if GTA says I want to become a big person, I want to get registered under GST and I will issue the tax invoice, etc., then no problem, then forward charge mechanism will be applicable. Right? Acha. That is one exception. Second exception is if in these 7 people, there is any department of government, or if there is any governmental agencies, or if there is any government, example in registered person, let's say government is included, central government, state government, any governmental agencies, and if that government is registered only for the purpose of TDS under section 51 and not for doing any taxable supply, okay, then in that case government says please excuse me, I will not pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism. In such a case the GTA will have to pay the taxes. Are you clear with this? Either the GTA will pay the taxes or they will later on make the transaction as an exempt transaction. Okay, but anyway RCM will not be applicable in such a case. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes, I have also given the summary table for this. If recipient is 7 people, then either GTA can go under forward charge or normally RCM will apply. If other than 7 people, then RCM will never come into picture. Okay, and if the recipient is government, then in that case, again RCM is not applicable. I hope I am clear till here. Yes, the next service talks about legal services provided by advocate, individual advocate, senior advocate, firm of advocate, and if they are providing the services to a business entity, basically they are representing the case or they are giving legal advisory services to the business entity, etc. Again, business entity will be required to pay the GST on the same. Okay, then arbitration services, arbitrator, the person who resolves the disputes outside the court. Arbitrator or arbitral tribunal is providing services to a business entity. Again, the business entity will be responsible to pay the tax on the same, right? Then after that, sponsorship services. Sponsorship services means there is a person who is giving his platform, okay, to do the sponsorship, and the other person is going to pay. Okay, the person who is going to sponsor, that person is going to be the recipient. So now the person who is providing his platform is any person other than a body corporate, small person other than a body corporate is providing the sponsorship services to a body corporate or partnership firm. Okay, always remember partnership firm will also include LLP. So small person other than body corporate providing sponsorship services to body corporate or partnership firm, then this person will be responsible to pay the GST on the under reverse charge mechanism. Yes, there is an amendment here. Earlier it was any person, now it is any person other than a body corporate. Yes, what if body corporate is providing these services? Then RCM is not applicable, then specifically FCM will be applicable. Yes, then going ahead to the next point. Next point is important. Here the services are provided by government. Okay, now they are telling any services provided by government to any business entity. Any services provided by government to the business entity, on that compulsorily RCM will be applicable except for a few services. Okay, few services have been removed from here. One is renting of immovable property, then services by Department of Post and services by Ministry of Railway, then services related to vessel or aircraft, may be repairing services, etc., and transportation of goods or passenger services. Except for these 4 services, any other services provided by government to the business entity, that will be taxable under reverse charge mechanism. Government is very simple. Government will say, why do I take all the burden of paying the tax, etc.? Anyway, the other person is a business entity. He will be doing it in his course of business. So let's put the responsibility on that business entity. Yes. Okay. So the last one that we saw was government providing any services to any business entity, on that reverse charge will be applicable except for those 4 services. Now from that they have taken out renting of immovable property separately. If renting of immovable property service is provided by government, now when I am saying government means central government, state government, union territory, local authority, court, state legislature, parliament, these people will be included when they are providing renting of immovable property to any person registered under GST. Okay, government providing the service to a registered person, then in that case that registered person will be required to pay GST under reverse charge mechanism. So can we say here also renting of immovable property, when the central government is giving to any business entity, forget about that. Central government giving renting of immovable property to any registered person, on that reverse charge mechanism will be applicable. So renting of immovable properties point is considered separately, but the next 3 transactions, that is services supplied by Department of Post, Ministry of Railways, services in relation to aircraft or vessel, and transportation of goods and passengers, for these 3, this point number 1, 2, 3, for this forward charge mechanism will be applicable compulsory. Okay, chalo. Then after that the next 2 points, 5AA and 5AB. 5AA talks about renting of residential dwelling. Okay, renting of residential dwelling. If any person, registered, unregistered, doesn't matter, if any person is giving this residential dwelling on rent, but to a registered person, responsibility of paying the tax is going to go on the registered person. Okay, we are going to see more things when we do the exemption chapter also. Then we'll again come back to this reverse charge mechanism. Okay, but as of now, just do the provisions from reverse charge mechanism point of view. Then after that, 5AB, this was one of the missing point which was introduced some time back, that if like residential dwelling we understood, but what about commercial property? Okay, so if there is any renting of immovable property other than residential dwelling, which is given on rent by a small person, that is unregistered person, giving it to a big registered person. Ma'am, why are you telling big registered person? Any registered person other than a person who has opted to pay tax under composition levy. Means, can we say any registered person, but he should not be there under composition scheme. So if unregistered person is giving it to a big registered person, then big registered person will be responsible to pay the tax on the same. Okay, and later we will study, if unregistered person is giving it to a composition registered person, then it is exempted. Okay, that we will study separately in the exemption chapter, right? Okay, then after that, point number 5B and point number 5C, we can do it together. Whenever any person, okay, whenever any person is transferring the development rights, whenever any person is transferring the TDRs, or any person is transferring the floor space index or additional floor space index to a promoter. Promoter is nothing but the builder. Okay, I am the owner of any particular land, or I am giving it on lease. Okay, or I am having a particular building, I am giving it to a builder to demolish it and to redevelop it, etc. And then whatever consideration I get in return, on that consideration, the builder is responsible to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism. Okay, we will study later on. Suppose if when this person transferred the TDR to the builder, on the value of the consideration, the builder is required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism. Later, if the builder, after developing that property, later if the builder sells, okay, later if the builder sells that particular property, okay, again, if it is before completion certificate, then GST will be applicable on sale, and if it is after completion certificate, then GST will not be applicable on the same. So they are telling that, can we say for the builder, TDR is an inward supply? For builder, TDR is an inward supply on which the builder is going to pay tax under RCM, right? Now, builder is selling this particular property which is an outward supply. So they are telling that if on the outward supply GST is applicable, then GST on TDR will be exempted. Okay, and if GST on the final product is not there, why GST is not there if the property is sold after completion certificate? It becomes an immovable property. Schedule 3 we had studied. So can we say on the final sales there is no GST applicable? So if on final product the GST is not applicable, then the GST on TDR will be applicable and the builder will be required to pay it under reverse charge mechanism. Are you understanding this? Yes, we have done it in detail while we were doing the main lectures. Then going ahead to the next transaction, that is director services. If there is any director of a company who is providing, of any company or a body corporate, who is providing some services in professional capacity just as a director, not any other services, only directorship services are provided by director to any company or body corporate, then in that case, that company or body corporate will be liable to pay the tax on the same. Okay, if that director is an employee of the company, then employee-employee relationship comes into picture. Then TDS under Income Tax Act section 192 becomes applicable. Then this is not applicable. Huh? Then if employer-employee relationship is there, then it is not a supply as per schedule number 3. So this provision will come into picture only when they are not acting in employer-employee relationship. Right? Okay. Then after that, insurance agent services. Agent is providing the services to the insurance company. It is helping the company to get more number of clients, etc. So in such a case, the insurance company will be responsible to pay the tax. Okay, similarly, recovery agent services, Vasuli Bhai services. Recovery agent is providing the services to a bank, to a financial institution, to a NBFC, etc. They are helping to recover the bank's bad debts. So again, these people will be responsible to pay the tax on the same. Okay, then about copyright. Okay, 2 points about copyright. Let's say there is a particular artist okay, and he has created something new, he has created something unique, let's say a photographer, okay, or let's say a music singer or something like that. Now when they are giving their copyright to someone else for using it, okay, let's say a music singer will give it to a music director or a music producer company, etc. So when they are giving their copyright for using it to someone else, for which they are going to get the royalty in return, in this case there is no responsibility on the artist, the responsibility is going to be on such a person who is using that copyright and paying the royalty to you. Okay, similarly, if there is an author, okay, if there is an author and this author he has written something unique, he has written some books, etc., and now he is giving the copyright to the publisher to publish that particular book, for which he is going to get some royalty in return. In this case also the publisher will be required to pay the taxes. Okay, but if the author says I want to get myself registered and I will pay the tax under FCM, no problem, do it. We were trying to give you the benefit, but if you yourself want to get yourself registered, then no problem. I hope I am very clear with this. Yes. Okay. Then after that, the next point, services provided by members of overseeing committee. Okay. Within RBI, there is a committee called as overseeing committee. Okay. Which does some activity. Okay. Which does some activity as entrusted to it by the RBI. And these people act in independent capacity, or we can say professional capacity. So can we say RBI is going to pay them some consideration in return? On that consideration, GST is applicable, but under reverse charge mechanism. So it will be paid by the RBI. Simple. Okay. Then after that, just like we did insurance agent services, similarly there are direct selling agent services who gets business for the banks. Okay, who gets customers for the banks, etc. So they sell banks product to the customers, right? So now this can we say if DSA, direct selling agent, is working on behalf of the bank or for the bank. So can we say bank is going to pay him some commission? On that commission, GST is applicable, but it will be paid by the recipient, that is by bank or NBFC under reverse charge mechanism. Yes, so individual DSA is there. Now, he is not a body corporate, he is not a big person, he is a small person. So, why to burden him with all the responsibilities? Manageable. Yes, okay. Then after that, going to the next one, that is business facilitator. Business facilitator is such a person who gives strategies, okay, who gives strategies to the banks, etc., to how to improve their business, how to come up with a new scheme or something like that. So, business facilitator provides his services to the bank, right, and bank pays him some consideration. On that consideration, GST is applicable, but the banking company is responsible to pay the GST on the same. Okay. Then after that, next one, agent services in relation to business correspondent. Agent services in relation to business correspondent. Now, what do you mean by this? Okay, now business correspondent is such a person who acts like a bank branch. Okay, a bank cannot open multiple branches if it is a new one. Okay, it will take some time. So the banks appoint a business correspondent who have their offices in different areas, which acts just like the bank's office. Right? Now this business correspondent is acting like a bank's branch. So now to expand its operation further, even the business correspondent will appoint some agents to expand the bank's business. Now, so can we say bank has appointed, I will give you the flow here. Bank has appointed the business correspondent and business correspondent appoints the agent. Okay, so he is the agent of business correspondent. So can we say first of all, agent is providing the service to business correspondent and then business correspondent is also providing the services to the bank. But this part which I have highlighted, this will be covered under reverse charge mechanism. That is, can we say business correspondent will be paying some consideration to the agent for which the agent is providing some services. On that GST will be applicable, but the business correspondent will be liable to pay the GST on the same. Yes. Okay. Then after that, security services, security watchman kind of a services, security personnel services or providing security personnel services. If these services are provided by a person other than a body corporate, small uncle, small person, providing these services to a registered person, to a big registered person. Ma'am, why are you telling big registered person? Because he should not be a composition person. Okay, he should not be a composition person. So small person other than body corporate providing the security personal services to a big registered person, then the big registered person will be responsible to pay the tax on the same. I hope I am very clear till here. Okay, and similarly, if this registered person is a government who has got themselves registered only for the purpose of TDS under section 51, then again FCM will be applicable, then RCM will not be applicable. Yes? Okay, then after that, last 2 points, everyone with me. Next point is talking about what? Renting of motor vehicle. Renting, not passenger transportation services. Renting of motor vehicle means where we are taking a motor vehicle on rent. So now if any person other than a body corporate, okay, again a small person other than a body corporate is giving his motor vehicle on rent to a body corporate, okay, for which the body corporate is going to pay him the consideration including the cost of fuel. On this, the body corporate will be liable to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism. Can we say here the consideration is going to be the rent which the person has charged? So on that, reverse charge mechanism is applicable and the body corporate will be required to pay the tax on the same. I hope I am very clear with this. Okay, and this, the person who is supplying the motor vehicle should not be issuing an invoice charging 12% GST. See, if he issues an invoice charging 12% GST means he is doing it under FCM. Then RCM will nowhere come into picture. But if he is not collecting any GST from the other person and the other person is a body corporate, then the body corporate will be liable to pay the tax on the same. Are you clear with this? And yes, please remember, renting of motor vehicle is different from passenger transportation services. In passenger transportation services, what happens is we use the services of an existing transporter. Example, we use the services of a bus, of a state bus, of a city bus. Okay, so there we cannot determine which route the bus will go or which route should be followed or what timing should be there. No, in that case that is decided by the owner. But in case of renting of motor vehicle, we are taking the motor vehicle on rent. So now when to start the motor vehicle, which route to follow, etc., that can be decided by us. Yes? Okay. And then after that, going to the last point talks about lending of securities as per SEBI scheme. Okay, normally securities is neither considered as supply of goods nor considered as supply of services, right? But if there is lending of securities happening for which a consideration is going to be paid by the borrower to the lender, on that GST is applicable and the borrower will be responsible to pay the same under reverse charge mechanism. Simple till here? Yes? Okay. Okay, so now whatever transactions we have done here, all these transactions were there under reverse charge mechanism of CGST. That is section number 9(3) of the CGST Act. Right? Now they are telling that whatever transactions you have studied till now, same are also applicable for IGST. Means if these transactions are intrastate or if these transactions are interstate, doesn't matter, RCM provisions will become applicable. And one extra transaction, okay, one extra transaction they have notified for the purpose of IGST, where they say that if there is any import of service happening, that is, where is the supplier located? Supplier is located outside India and recipient is located in India. Okay, but recipient should not be a NTOR. I will tell you what is that. First understand. The person who is supplying the service is sitting outside India. We are receiving the service here in India. So we will be responsible to pay the GST on that under reverse charge mechanism. Why, ma'am? Because the supplier is sitting outside India. Will he come to India only for the purpose of payment of GST, etc.? No. So here also the recipient will be responsible, provided the recipient is not a NTOR. Okay, NTOR means what? First of all, full form of NTOR is non-taxable online recipient. Okay, example in case of Netflix. Okay, let's say Netflix services are provided from outside India and we all are consuming it. People like you and me are consuming it. We all are unregistered persons. Okay, we are not consuming it for the purpose of our business. We all are unregistered person, but we are availing Netflix services. So in that case, will the government tell people like you and me to pay the GST, to get registered under GST and then to pay the GST? No, that will be nonsense. Considering India's population, that cannot be possible. So in that case, the supplier will be liable even if he is situated outside India. Okay, so only in case of NTOR, only if the recipient is NTOR, in that case forward charge mechanism will be applicable. But in case of other than NTOR, normal RCM will be applicable. Okay, example, if let's say I am importing architect service from outside India. Okay, I am importing architect service from outside India for my business purpose. I am already a registered person. Then in that case, in India, I will have to pay GST on that under reverse charge mechanism. Are you understanding this? Yes? Okay. So this was one of the pointers. This was one of the pointers which has been added under the IGST part. Achha. Then after that, section number 9.4 and 5.4. Even this talks about reverse charge mechanism, but in case of builders. Okay, but in case of builders. Now let's say if there is any unregistered supplier. Okay, unregistered supplier supplying certain goods or services to the builder. Builder is registered. Unregistered supplier supplying something to the builder. Then in that case, they say that builder will be responsible to pay tax on the same. Because anyway, this person is an unregistered person. If we do not levy RCM in this case, then it will totally go untaxed. Right? So the responsibility is going to be on the builder. That is told under section 9.4 and 5.4. 9.4 of the CGST Act and 5.4 of the IGST Act. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes. Okay. Then some GST rates for real estate sector, etc. is given. This is not relevant for your examinations. If you want, just for the purpose of knowledge, you can read it, but not at the time of last moment of exam. Right? Okay. Okay, so this was all about your reverse charge mechanism provisions, right? I'll again tell you the overview, right, that we had done. So we started with 9.1. 9.1 simply said that intrastate transactions CGST will be applicable. Okay, 9.2 on 5 petroleum products, no GST. Okay, 9.3 reverse charge, full goods and services that we just now completed. 9.4 applicable in case of builder. And last section that we are going to do now is the e-commerce operator. Okay, 9.5. And correspondingly, we have been doing the provisions under IGST also. So I hope you know what are we doing and in which flow we are going. Can we start with section number 9.5, everyone? Yes, now 9.5 talks about e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator definition we had already done. Now what they are telling us here is, let's say, and I'll just give you an overview here in a diagram itself, so it will be very, very simple for you. Let's say there is a main supplier. Okay, let's say there is a main supplier of certain services. Okay, of some notified services. Main supplier of some notified services. Okay, he is giving some supply to a customer. Okay, he is giving some supply to a customer, but this is given through an e-commerce operator. Means there is some middleman in between called as e-commerce operator. Then in that case they say that section 9.5 becomes applicable, and even if there is a main supplier in the picture and even if there is a recipient here in the picture, but the person liable to pay the tax, okay, person liable to pay the tax is going to be the e-commerce operator. Okay. This is the concept of your e-commerce operator and the taxation on e-commerce operator. There is a main supplier who is actually supplying the services, actually supplying some notified services to the recipient, but these services are supplied through an e-commerce operator. Then in that case, e-commerce operator will be liable to pay the tax under section number 9.5. Okay, ma'am, can you give certain examples? Yes, we will take the actual examples only. There are 5 transactions, okay, or I can say there are 5 notified services which fall under section number 9.5, and only in these 5 cases the responsibility to pay the tax is going to be on the eco. Okay, please note this section is not for goods at all. Okay, it is not for goods, it is only for services, and that too only notified services. Now, the first service that we are going to discuss about here is the transportation of passenger service. Okay, transportation of passenger service. Take the example of Uber, Ola, Rapido, etc. Okay, can we say there is a main cab driver who is going to supply? Okay, but it is supplied through Zomato or Uber. Okay, and then it is provided to the recipient. Basically, recipient goes to the app of Rapido, Ola, Uber, they book the vehicle, and then the cab driver comes, etc. He does the transportation, he gives the transportation service. But here the person liable to pay the tax is going to be the e-commerce operator. That is, Ola, Uber will be liable to pay the tax. Yes? Okay. So see what are they writing here? Services by way of transportation of passengers by a radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle or any other motor vehicle except omnibus, because omnibus they have given separately. So except omnibus, except for big bus. Apart from that, if there is any transportation of passenger service happening, then the eco will be liable to pay the taxes. Okay, then second transaction talks about accommodation services, accommodation stay services. Okay, now let's say there is a particular hotel who is allowing the customer, one second, there is a particular hotel which is allowing its customers to stay in the hotel, but the customer has done the booking through the e-commerce operator. Then again the e-commerce operator, example Go, Bibo, Make My Trip, etc. they will be liable to pay the tax in this case. Acha, what if the hotel booking is done directly? Then there is no concept of eco applicable. Eco concept will come into picture only when there is eco in between, right? Acha, but here there is an exception. The exception is here if the main supplier, okay, if the main supplier himself is liable for registration, okay, if he is liable for registration, then eco will not pay the tax, then the main supplier will be liable to pay the taxes. Yes, means if the main supplier himself is a big person, why to push the responsibility on the eco, right? Then after that, accommodation services is over. Next, similarly, housekeeping services. Okay, housekeeping services like carpentry services, painting services, repair services, cleaning services. Okay, when there is a main supplier who is going to do all these things for the customer, but when the booking is done through an e-commerce operator, example Urban Company, right? So if the customer books through Urban Company, the main supplier comes and he provides the service. In that case, again, the e-commerce operator will be liable to pay the tax. Again, if the exception, same exception. Okay, same exception. What if the main supplier is liable to get himself registered under GST? Then in that case, main supplier will be liable to pay the taxes. Yes? Okay. Then after that, restaurant. Okay, after that, restaurant service, food, serving of food and drinks, etc. That particular service. In that case, again, there will be a main supplier, there will be a hotel who is providing the services to the customer, okay, for which the food booking has been done through the e-commerce operator. So again, the e-commerce operator will be responsible to pay the tax in this case. Yes. Now here, what if that hotel is situated, that restaurant is situated in a big hotel? Possible na? If that restaurant is situated in a big hotel, which is also available on Zomato, Swiggy, etc., then in such a case they are telling that already it is a big hotel, so the restaurant is also a big person. So in that case, section number 9(5) is not applicable and the main supplier will be liable to pay the GST on the same. Are you understanding this? The main supplier will be liable to pay the GST on this. Ma'am, now what do you mean by a big hotel? Restaurant located in a big hotel means that big hotel is having room facility also and the tariff is more than 7,500 per room per day. Okay, it is that big. So then in that case, if that big hotel's restaurant is providing these services, then that big restaurant will be liable to pay the GST on the same. Yes. And the last one is again transportation of passenger services, but by omnibus. Okay, but by omnibus. Omnibus is such a vehicle where the capacity of the omnibus is more than 6 passengers plus the driver. Right, so if transportation of passengers is done through omnibus, example the booking is done through Redbus app, right, or on Paytm also we can do the booking of the buses, etc. So in that case, again the e-commerce operator will be liable to pay the GST, but exception here is that omnibus, that main owner should not be a company. The main supplier should not be a company. If main supplier is a company, then he is a big person, then he will be paying GST on the same. I hope you are very, very clear with this. Yes, so these are the 5 transactions when these transactions are supplied through an e-commerce operator, then in that case, the person liable to pay the GST is going to be the e-commerce operator. Ma'am, but what if e-commerce operator is not there in India? Example, Uber. Then in that case, it will have to appoint a representative. Okay, what if, ma'am, they do not even have a representative? Appoint someone who will be responsible to pay the tax in India. If you are not able to appoint, stop the business here in India. Right? But compulsorily, ECO is required to pay the taxes here in India. I hope I'm very, very clear with this. Yes. Okay. And whenever the ECO is paying this tax, okay, please be careful. Whenever this ECO is paying this tax, he will have to pay it in cash. And once he has paid it in cash, later he can also utilize that amount as input tax credit against any other supply. Okay, see, when ECO is doing this supply, at that time the tax will be paid by the ECO, and ECO will have to pay that tax in cash only. And after paying the tax in cash, it can take the ITC. Now, ma'am, what to do with this ITC? What to do with this ITC? So this can be used against some other outward supplier. Let's say ECO is also charging something called as platform fees, marketplace fees, etc. On that, GST is payable. So against that GST, this ITC can be claimed. I hope I'm very, very clear with this, everyone. Yes? Okay. Yes? So, I hope this much is clear. Only for this, the mistake area that happens is only for these 5 notified services, ECO provisions are applicable. For any other services, ECO provisions are not applicable. For goods also, ECO provisions are not applicable. Yes, and always remember, if section 9(5) is applicable, then TCS provisions under section 52 is not applicable, and vice versa. Okay, if 9(5) is not applicable, then TCS provisions under section 52 is applicable. Ma'am, what is that? We will do it when we do the TCS chapter, but as of now, just remember this much. Yes, acha. Then they have given certain clarifications in case of restaurant services. Okay, now what are they trying to tell us here is a common provision also. Let's say there is a supplier. Okay, there is a supplier, main supplier, who is supplying restaurant services to the recipient through an e-commerce operator. Now the question arises here is, we know that if it is not a restaurant which is situated in a big hotel, normal restaurant, then ECO will be liable to pay the tax on the same. Okay, so now they are telling that ECO will be considered as a supplier only for the purpose of payment of tax. Okay, ECO will be considered as a supplier only for the purpose of payment of tax. Okay, and for the purpose of issuing the invoice to the recipient. Okay, that is the only work of e-commerce operator. But otherwise, the main supplier will only be considered as the supplier. Okay, means what? Now, when we talk about aggregate turnover, okay, when we talk about your aggregate turnover, when this value of food that is supplied to the recipient, that will be included in whose turnover? So that will be included in the main supplier's turnover. Imagine na, Zomato is doing so many orders every day. So whatever is the value of food, will that be the turnover of Zomato? No, turnover of Zomato is only the platform fee, the packing fees, or platform fees, or the marketplace fees which is charged by the Zomato. So this turnover, this amount will be included in the turnover of the main supplier and not of the e-commerce operator. Are you clear with this? Acha. Then ECO is anyway required to get himself compulsorily registered. So here, for the purpose of paying the tax, he need not obtain a separate registration. The same registration is sufficient. And another important point is ECO is required to issue the invoice. Okay, ECO is required to issue the invoice to the recipient. It is ECO's responsibility and not the main supplier's responsibility to issue the invoice. I hope I am very, very clear till here. Yes, these were certain important points that you had to remember. The most important part here is, what are those notified services? Which are those 5 notified services on which there is the liability of e-commerce operator to pay the tax? Manageable, simple till here. Yes, so this was your ECO provisions. Please go through the provisions once. Okay, you can just read it from the textbook once. Okay, now going on to the next one. Next one is classification under GST. I am not doing this. Okay, classification under GST we have already studied in the first chapter. Goods are classified on the basis of HSN, services are classified on the basis of SAC, and depending upon that, besides the HSN and SAC, the rates of GST is written. Right, so you can just skip that also for the purpose of revision. It's absolutely all right. Right, now going on to the last part of the chapter, that is section number 10 of the CGST Act. Can we start with it? Section number 10 of the CGST Act. No corresponding provisions in the IGST provisions. Okay, ma'am, why? Now, section number 10 of the CGST Act talks about a scheme called as composition scheme or composition levy. Now, this scheme is applicable for small people. Okay, this is applicable for small businessmen who do not want to get into the details for the purpose of GST, who are ready to pay a flat rate of tax, etc. Okay, and next most important thing is only a person who is doing intrastate supplies. Okay, only if someone is doing intrastate supply, then only you can go for composition scheme. In short, interstate people, interstate transactions. If you are entering into interstate transactions, then you cannot opt for composition scheme, and that is the reason this scheme is not covering the provisions relating to this scheme is not included in the provisions of the IGST law. Yes, so composition scheme is applicable only to those who have opted, who are doing intrastate transactions. Yes, now let's try to understand very important things, everyone. The notes are also prepared in such a manner that will give you a very good flow, okay, while studying. Now, mainly there are two broad sections under composition scheme. One is section 10.1 and 10.2, and the second one is section number 10.2a. Okay, 10.1 and 10.2 is applicable for goods and restaurant services. Means if any particular person is dealing in goods, maybe a manufacturer, maybe a trader, maybe a wholesaler, if he is dealing into goods, and if there is any person who is providing restaurant service, only one service is covered in this section. Okay, so if any person is engaged in supply of goods and restaurant services, then he can opt for composition scheme under section 10.1 and 10.2. If some person is engaged in any other services, example, tailoring services, repairing services, let's say salon hair cutting services, teaching services, etc., then you can go for composition scheme under section 10.2. Okay, only restaurant service is covered under section 10.1 and 10.2. Manageable till here? Yes. Okay. Now, ma'am, when will we be eligible? A small person means what? Okay. So, if my turnover in the preceding financial year, if my aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year does not exceed 1.5 crore, then in the current year, I can opt for composition scheme up to a turnover of 1.5 crore. For last year, you check the aggregate turnover of the preceding financial year. It should not exceed 1.5 crore. If it has not exceeded 1.5 crore, then in the current year, you can select composition scheme till the time your turnover, or you can stay under composition scheme till the time your turnover does not exceed 1.5 crore. And as soon as it exceeds 1.5 crore, then you will have to convert yourself into the normal scheme. Okay, similarly, Achha, one more point, because this is a revision lecture, one more point I will add here itself. Now, if your office is situated in any of the 8 special category states, right, 8 special category states, Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, Tripura. Okay, if your office, if any of your office is situated in any of these 8 special category states, then in that case, instead of 1.5 crore, the limit will come down to 75 lakhs. So last year's turnover also you will check up to 75 lakhs, and in current year also you can opt for composition scheme only till the time your turnover is up to 75 lakhs. Right? And now similarly for services, that is section number 10.2a. So if any person is providing any services in the last year, if his aggregate turnover did not exceed rupees 50 lakhs, if his turnover did not exceed rupees 50 lakhs in the preceding financial year, then in the current year that person will be eligible to opt for composition scheme till the time his turnover does not crosses rupees 50 lakh. As soon as his turnover crosses rupees 50 lakhs, then in such a case he will have to convert himself into the normal scheme. Right? Okay. Now, what is a major benefit? What is a major benefit of this particular scheme? It is like you need not collect the taxes from the customer. Okay, you need not maintain multiple records, etc. You are just required to keep the details of your turnover. On your turnover, you will be paying a fixed rate of GST. Right? In normal GST, in normal scheme, multiple returns are required to be filed by them. Under composition scheme, you have to file only an annual return. Payment will be done on quarterly basis, but the return filing, etc. will be done on quarterly. Yes. Yes, so some benefits are there. If a person opts for composition scheme, he need not issue a tax invoice. He will be simply issuing a bill of supply. No need to collect the taxes. Straight away calculate your turnover. On the turnover, pay a flat rate of taxes, etc. These are some of the benefits. But drawback is that the person will not be eligible for ITC. Right? He won't be eligible for ITC. Okay, this point we have already covered, that 75 lakhs for 8 special category states. I am not doing it again. Yes, if any of my one office is situated in this special category states, then for my entire undertaking, okay, entire PAN composition scheme will be applicable, and the limit for me will come down to 75 lakhs for goods. For services anyway, for everyone, for services anyway, the limit is going to be 50 lakh rupees only. Right, that is given here. 50 lakh rupees is the limit for the services. Okay, we had done it in the introduction also, and it is also written here. Manageable? Yes, again the same thing is shown in the diagram. Now, when we are checking the eligibility, can we say we went and we checked the turnover of the preceding financial year? Preceding financial year's turnover should not exceed 1.5 crore or 75 lakhs for goods and services, and it should not exceed 50 lakhs in case of services for section number 10(2)(a). But what is the meaning of aggregate turnover? So aggregate turnover, as we had already done, it will include taxable supplies, it will include exempt supplies, interstate transaction, intrastate transactions, but it will exclude taxes will be excluded, and inward supplies on which tax is paid under RCM, that will be excluded. Okay, same meaning of aggregate turnover is going to be there. And yes, here aggregate means under one PAN, whatever number of offices you have, all will be included in a single PAN. Okay, and you will aggregate the total turnover, and then you will check whether you are eligible for composition scheme or you are not eligible. Okay, now maybe you will get a doubt, ma'am, in aggregate turnover, how are we taking exports and how are we taking interstate supplies, etc.? Whereas a composition dealer is not allowed to export, he is not allowed to do interstate supply. I agree, but can we say here aggregate turnover we are checking for the preceding financial year? And for preceding financial year, there can be a possibility that he did some export sales, he did some interstate supplies, that is possible. But when you are opting for composition scheme, in that year or during that period, you should not be doing any interstate supplies. Are you understanding this? And whenever you are taking your aggregate turnover, please make sure you are taking from 1st April till 31st March. Okay, again I am repeating, aggregate turnover, why are we calculating? We are calculating aggregate turnover just to check the eligibility. Okay, aggregate turnover we are checking of the preceding financial year to check my eligibility in the current year. Okay, so last year's turnover I am taking. So whenever I am taking all these turnover of last year, etc., make sure you are taking from 1st April to 31st of March. Full year's turnover will be taken. Yes, acha, one extra thing to be excluded here is, see, normally exempt supply is included, but one exempt supply is to be excluded. Okay, what is that exempt supply? Whenever you are providing any service of loans, advances or deposit, you are giving loans, giving advances, giving deposit, okay, for which you are getting a consideration in form of interest or deposit. Can we say that is also your turnover? But that will be excluded from the aggregate turnover. Okay, that will be excluded specifically from your aggregate turnover. Only this, interest or discount by giving loans, advances or deposits. Are you clear with this? Okay. Now once you have checked your last year's turnover, okay, and you come to know that you are eligible. Okay, you are eligible in the current year till the time your turnover does not exceed the same figures. Now, let's say my turnover does not exceed the same figures. Then can I say you can pay tax under composition scheme? Now, ma'am, at what rate should we be paying the taxes? So, if you are a manufacturer, other than notified goods manufacturer, if you are a manufacturer, 1% of the turnover. If you are a restaurant and outdoor catering service provider, your tax will be 5% of the turnover. If you are any other supplier of goods, manufacturer was covered above. If you are any other supplier, example trader, example wholesaler, etc., then your rate of tax will be 1%, not of the turnover, but 1% of the taxable turnover. In your turnover, taxable is also included, exempt is also included. So only for this, your rate of GST will be 1% of the taxable supply, right? And last one, composition levy for services, that is under section 10(2)(a). Then in that case, your rate of GST is going to be 6% of the total turnover. Are you understanding this? Yes, 6% of the total turnover. Yes, so let's revise all the rates of taxes if you are there under composition scheme. Okay, again I'll tell you, did I write it here? Okay, I'll write it here. Let's say if you are going for composition scheme for goods or restaurant services, then in that case section 10(1) and 10(2) will be applicable to you. Okay, and if you are engaged into any other services, then section number 10(2)(a) will be applicable for you. If you are going under 10(2)(a), limit for you will be 50 lakhs for last year also, for the current year also, and the rate of GST will be 6% of the turnover. Right? If you are going for goods and restaurant thing, then the limit for you will be 1.5 crore. If special category states, then 75 lakhs for the last year checking the eligibility also, and even for the current year for paying the tax on composition scheme also. Now here, what will be the rates of taxes? For restaurant, the rates of taxes will be 5% of the turnover. In case of goods, if you are a manufacturer, then 1% of the turnover. But if you are a trader or a wholesaler, etc., then in that case, it is 1% of the taxable supplies. Can we say it is even more better? Here it is 1% of the total turnover. Here it is 1% only of the taxable turnover. So can we say your tax payable will also reduce here? Understanding this? Yes. Okay, now we have examples given in our main book. You can just refer to those examples. And yes, again and again I am telling you, this is the mistake that happens. Whenever you are checking your eligibility, you have to check the aggregate turnover of the preceding financial year. That is the meaning of the term aggregate turnover. Okay, but when you are paying the taxes in the current year under composition scheme, you have to calculate the turnover. Okay, you have to calculate the turnover in your state. Can you see this? Besides the rate, what is written? 1% of the turnover in the state or union territory, 5% of the turnover. So aggregate turnover term is different. Aggregate turnover you use only for the purpose of checking your eligibility. Turnover in the state you are going to calculate for the purpose of payment of taxes. Are you understanding this? Yes. So now, ma'am, how do we calculate this turnover in the state for the purpose of paying the taxes? So again, all taxable supply will be included, all exempt supply will be included in your total turnover. But will it include your interstate supplies? No, because you are not allowed, because you are opting for composition levy. Can you have export supplies here? No, because you have opted for composition levy. Okay, so taxable supplies and exempt supplies will be included. Taxes will be excluded. Inward supplies on which you are paying tax under RCM, that will be excluded. Okay, then after that, that interest or deposit will be excluded, just like we saw for the aggregate turnover. Yes. Now, one important thing. Suppose if you have started the business in the current year itself, okay, then the first 20 lakhs of your turnover, okay, or the turnover on which you are not liable for registration, that turnover will also be excluded. Why? Because can we say that turnover is your free turnover on which you are not at all required to pay the tax. And this is your first year of business. So first time we get some benefit now. So the turnover on till which you were not liable to get the registration, that will be excluded from this turnover. Why? Because on that we are not required to pay any tax. Are you understanding this? Why are we calculating this turnover? We are calculating this turnover for the purpose of payment of tax. So can we say, let's say the threshold limit for registration is 20 lakhs. So on the first 20 lakhs, you are not required to pay any tax. So that 20 lakhs will be excluded from your turnover. Yes, that will never be excluded from your aggregate turnover, because what did I tell you? Aggregate turnover last year you will always take from 1st April to 31st March. Understanding this? Yes, I have given the examples also. You can just try it once. Okay, now going on to the provisions. Okay, now going on to the provisions. Now, who cannot opt for composition scheme? Now, first of all, if you are engaged in supply of such goods or services on which GST is not at all leviable, no need to come for composition. If you are a casual taxable person, temporary person, or a NRTP, non-resident taxable person, means non-resident temporary person doing business here in India, you cannot opt for composition scheme. Please go for the normal one. Okay, if you are supplying interstate goods or services, not allowed. If you're purchasing from interstate, no problem. But if you're doing interstate sales, then you are not allowed. Okay, if you are supplying any services through eco, on which 9(5) is not applicable, 9(5) is not applicable, means you are not falling under those 5 points, then in that case again you cannot come for composition scheme. Go for the normal scheme. If you are manufacturer of some notified products like ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, aerated waters, fly ash bricks, etc., if you are manufacturer of these items, you are not allowed to come for composition. But if you are a trader, then no problem. Okay, if you are a trader, then no problem. Manufacturer is not allowed. So these people are basically not eligible for the composition scheme, right? Okay, now going ahead. Now let's say everyone here, something important. Okay, let's say if you have opted for 10(1) and 10(2), then can we say your primary work is goods or your primary work is restaurant services? Yes, still it is called as what? Still it is called as composition scheme. Still it is called as composition scheme of goods. Means goods are your primary thing. Along with goods, now you want to marginally, little start providing services also. Possible? Possible. Can you still stay under the same section? Answer is yes, you can still stay under the same section provided these services are provided up to a limit. And what is that limit? It is 10% of the turnover in the preceding financial year. 10% of the turnover in the preceding financial year, or 5 lakh, whichever is more. 10% of the last year's turnover or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Till this amount you can marginally supply the services. And if you are marginally supplying the services along with mainly goods, then you can continue under 10(1) and 10(2). Yes, and yes, one extra point I would like to add here is, while calculating this turnover, again interest or discount will be excluded. Yes. Acha. Similarly, let's say if you have gone for 10(2)(a), composition supply for services, means this will be called as what? This will be called as composition scheme of services. Composition scheme of services. Now you want to marginally start what? Marginally start supply of goods. So they say you can do it, but for that the quantum is not yet defined. Okay, the quantum is not yet defined. Here the quantum was defined, but here the quantum is not defined. I hope I am very clear till here, everyone. Yes, see, that is also written here. Example is also given for the same. You can just go through it once. I hope I am very clear with this, everyone. Yes. Okay. Now remember, I had told you I am going to combine composition scheme and RCM together. Yes, very important, can be tested in your numerical question. Okay. Now let's say there is a supplier and who is supplying certain goods or services to whom? To the recipient. Okay. And this recipient is registered person, but he is registered under composition scheme. Okay, he is registered under the composition scheme. Composition people are also registered people only, right? Now, let's say, for example, this supplier is a GTA. Okay, this supplier is a GTA and recipient is, let's say, a partnership firm. Possible? We did it today under reverse charge mechanism. Yes, GTA providing GTA services to a partnership firm. So, the partnership firm will be responsible to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism. Okay, now can we say recipient will be liable to pay the tax to the government? Okay, let's say this partnership firm is a manufacturer. If it is registered under composition, can we say a manufacturer will have to pay tax at the rate of 1% of the turnover? Okay, but this 1% of the turnover you have to pay on your sales, on your outward supplies, or on your inward supplies. The 1%, 5%, 6% that we studied, that is applicable only for our sales, na? On our turnover in the state, we were paying this. Okay, but if this person is receiving some inward supply on which they are required to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism, on that they will have to pay the tax at normal rates. Let's say the normal rate of GST on GTA services is 5%. So this composition person, let's say he has availed a transportation service of 5,000. So on this 5,000, he will have to pay tax at the rate of 5%. Okay, let's say he pays a tax of 250 rupees there. Okay, can he avail the ITC of this 250? No. Why? Because he is a composition person. Okay, so if you combine composition and RCM, then you will not be getting the you will not get the composition benefits. Okay, you will have to pay the tax to the government, and that too at normal rates, and you cannot even take the ITC of the same. Are you understanding this? Yes. Okay, when you do the question bank, you will find a question on this. Chalo. Okay, so these are there are certain restrictions for this composition person. Achha, can composition person collect tax from the customer? No, he cannot collect tax from the customer. He will have to pay from his pocket only. Will he be eligible for ITC? No, he will not be eligible for ITC. Can he issue tax invoice? No, he will have to issue a bill of supply. Can he collect the tax from the other person? No, he cannot. And everywhere in his place of business and additional place of business, he will have to mention the fact that he is a composition dealer. So that if anyone wants to do a transaction with him, they should be aware that he is a composition person. Are you understanding this? Yes? Okay. Then after that, going ahead, intimation of opting for composition levy. Okay, now how to opt for composition levy and how to withdraw from the composition levy. In the main lectures I had made this chart. We can just revise it using this. Now how to opt for composition levy. Let's say earlier you were an unregistered person, but now you want to get yourself registered. So from day one, can you opt for composition levy? Yes. Okay, so from day one we can opt for composition levy. The registration form that you use, okay, the registration form that you use, that is GST REG 01. In that itself you can specify in part B that you want to go for the composition scheme. So right from your date of registration you will come under the composition scheme. Now next, normally imagine you are a registered person and you are following the normal scheme, but now you want to go to the composition scheme. Can you go? Yes. Can you go from any particular date? No. You can go only from beginning of the next financial year. Means this conversion from normal to composition cannot be done during the year. This can be done only from a fresh financial year. So please inform to the government, please inform to the GST authorities that you wish to go to the composition scheme, and then from next year's 1st April you can start with composition scheme. Manageable? Okay. Now once you have come under this composition scheme, can you withdraw? Answer is yes. Okay, now there are three types of withdrawal. First is mandatory withdrawal, means you will have to get out of the composition scheme if you do not fulfill the conditions. Example, turnover criteria is not met. Okay, or if you want to start, or if you have, you are not eligible for composition scheme, but still you have opted for it, then in that case you will have to get out of it mandatorily. Then in that case, whatever day that event occurs for mandatory withdrawal, let's say your turnover is going to exceed 1.5 crore. The day it is going to exceed 1.5 crore, from that day, within 7 days, please inform to the GST authorities that you have come out of this composition scheme. And as soon as this event occurs of your turnover exceeding the limit, as soon as that event occurs, please start paying the tax under normal scheme. And now that you can start paying the tax under normal scheme, you can even take the ITC, you can start taking the input tax credit. Right? Achha, next one is voluntary withdrawal. Voluntary withdrawal is you yourself say, okay, I will come from composition scheme to the normal scheme. So whatever day you have chosen, this can be done in between the year also. Huh? This can be done anytime. So whatever date you have chosen, you have to inform it to the GST authorities that I wish to withdraw voluntarily from the composition scheme. Right? And the last one, that is where the tax authorities tell you come out of the scheme. Means whenever the tax authorities, proper officer is of the opinion that you have violated the conditions or you were not eligible for composition scheme, still you are going under the composition scheme, then in that case they will issue a show cause notice on you to tell you or to ask you why we should not pull you out of the composition scheme, and depending upon your reply, the proper officer will pass the necessary order of either keeping you in the composition scheme or withdrawing you from the composition scheme. Are you understanding this? Yes. Okay, so see this first table is talking about opting for composition scheme, and the next one is talking about withdrawal of the composition scheme. Are you understanding this? Okay, then the last few points under composition scheme, he cannot issue a tax invoice. Yes, if he cannot issue a tax invoice, he cannot collect GST also from the customer. He will have to pay the tax from his pocket. Will he be eligible for ITC or he won't be eligible for ITC? He won't be eligible for ITC. He is totally outside the chain of ITC. Right? What if he violates any provisions? If he was not eligible, still he opts for it. First of all, he will have to come out of the scheme. Secondly, he will have to pay the due tax. Plus, you will be also liable for penalty. And plus, the provisions of section 73, 74, 74A will also be applicable on you. Basically, 73, 74 will now get scrapped because a new section 74A has come into picture. Right? And one important point is, let's say if a particular person, okay, let's say a particular person having one PAN, if he has multiple offices in multiple states, let's say one office is in Gujarat, another office is in Maharashtra, another office is, let's say, in Tamil Nadu. Okay, then in that case, can this person opt for composition scheme? Yes, he can. Okay, multiple office people can opt for composition scheme. They cannot do interstate transaction, but can they do the transaction in the respective states? Yes. Okay, now Gujarat says, I don't want composition scheme. Tamil Nadu says, I want composition scheme. Maharashtra says, I am okay with anything. So in that case, this choice is not available. Okay, all of them are a single entity. All of them are a single entity. So either all of you go for composition or all of you come out of composition. Are you understanding this? So choice for individual office is not available. I hope I am very, very clear till here, everyone. Yes, was this manageable for you all? Yes. Okay, so we are done with the revision of Charge of GST chapter. Yes, simple. Okay, so let's start with the next chapter, that is exemptions from GST. Very, very important chapter, scoring chapter, but you have to take care of many things. Many small details you have to take care so that we are not losing out any marks in this particular chapter. Yes, now first of all, let's start with the chapter exemptions from GST. Exemptions from GST means we had studied about the types of supply. One is your taxable supply, second one is your exempt supply. Within exempt supply also you had, one was your nil rated supply, then exempted by way of notification, and then the non-taxable supply, right? These all things we have studied. Now we had already studied. Now in this particular chapter we are going to talk about those exemptions which are, or those transactions or those supply of goods or services which are totally exempted by way of a notification, right? Now section number 11 of the CGST Act and section number 6 of the IGST Act, they give the powers to the government that okay, you can notify a particular transaction as exempted, right? And that is what is written in section number 11 and section number 6. Then there was a new section that was inserted, section number 11A and section number 6A, which this was a new section where the government gave a clarification that suppose if since last few years, okay, if you have been following a particular practice, okay, regarding taxability of a particular item, let's say a particular item was exempted since you had treated that this particular transaction is totally exempted and you have not been paying tax on it since so many years, and now if the government is clarifying whether it is taxable or whether it is exempted, then it will not have a retrospective effect. Okay, whatever practice you were following since so many years, they are telling let it go. Okay, we will not ask for any tax from you on that. But now that we have inserted the clarification, then from this particular date, you please start following as per the law. Okay, and those if those transactions, let's say majority of the people were considering those transactions as exempted till now. Okay, but there were a few people who used to pay tax on it. So then those people should not come and ask for refund now. Okay, whatever is over is over. Okay, whatever was belonging to the past period, they are telling we are letting it go. But from now onwards, we will clarify the stand that whether this particular transaction is taxable or is it exempt. Right? Okay. Then after that, let's go to the next one. Now from here, your taxability and exemptions part is going to start. There is a notification. Okay, there were notifications that were passed stating that which services will be exempted from GST, and similarly in section number 11 and section number 6 they have given the list of goods also on which the GST is going to be exempted. Okay, now when we talk about goods which are exempted from GST, these are going to be your basic goods. Okay, daily use goods or food items, etc. Like your vegetables will be there, milk will be there, curd will be there. On these things, very basic things, on these things there will be no GST applicable. These are totally exempted from GST. Okay, whatever items I have mentioned or whatever goods I have mentioned, it's not only those. Okay, it's not only those. There are many others, but we do not have it for the purpose of our syllabus, and it is specified in the GST Act, in the CGST Act, IGST Act, that what goods are exempted from GST. Okay, but for the timing, for the purpose of your exams, you can simply remember that some important goods, okay, some basic goods, those will be exempted from GST. Okay, similarly, now going on to the most important part of the chapter, that is list of services. Which services are exempted from GST, that is from CGST also as well as IGST. For that, this notification number was passed, that is notification number 12/2017, central tax rate dated 28th June 2017, and similarly under IGST notification number 9/2017 was passed on the same day. And then this notification has been kept on amending from time to time. Right, now whatever we are studying here, this is your amended exemptions. Starting with the first one is any services related to charitable and religious activities. Okay, now any services which are provided by a charitable or a religious trust which is registered under the Income Tax Act, when they are providing some charitable activities, only then such charitable activities will be exempted from GST. Ma'am, now what do you mean by these charitable activities? See, we are not defining this charitable activity. This is already defined under the GST law. What 4 points are going to come up here? First one, if they are providing some public health services by way of care or counseling. Can you see first block, care or counseling of terminally ill persons or the persons with some physical or mental disability, persons who are affected with HIV or AIDS, or the persons who are dependent on narcotic drugs or alcohol, etc. If you are taking care of these people, if you are providing them care or counseling, it is considered as charitable services, and if you are providing these charitable services, then on that there will be no GST applicable. And similarly, if you are creating public health for family planning, for HIV and all those things, then even that is covered under charitable activities. Okay, that is one point. Second point was advancement of any religion, yoga, spirituality, etc. Okay, so yoga camps, etc., which are conducted by some trust, that will be totally exempted from GST. Then similarly, if there is any advancement of educational programs or skill development programs or educational programs, okay, when these services, when these things is related to whom, when this is for some some children who are there in the orphanage, okay, abandoned children, etc., or for any person who is mentally or physically traumatized, for those people, then for prisoners and for people who are staying in the rural area above 65 above the age of 65 years. So anyone more than 65 years plus staying in rural area, or for prisoners, or for abandoned children, or for abused or traumatized person. If for them we are conducting some educational programs or skill development programs, etc., then those will be again exempted from GST. And the last one is you are engaged in preservation of environment, including a watershed, forest and wildlife. Okay, you are providing these services for which you are getting some consideration in return, then that will be totally exempted from GST. No ifs and no buts. Okay, only these four will fall under your charitable activities. Any other service provided by charitable and religious trust will be fully taxable. Okay, example, hostel accommodation provided to students, taxable. Okay, advertisement provided in the premises of charitable trust, fully taxable, no issues in that. Okay, then going ahead, now let's say if there is a priest, okay, if there is a priest, Pandit ji, Bhatt ji, etc. Okay, if they are providing some services by way of conducting the religious ceremony, okay, let's say there is a birth of a newborn baby and you're calling someone to do the puja and all those things, or let's say in case of death, or let's say at the time of marriage, etc. If you're calling any of such person, the services provided by such person will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, then after that, then going to the next one. Let's say there is a particular charitable or religious place, or let's say there is a religious place, not charitable. Let's say there is a religious, like a temple or something like that, and in the area, in the vicinity of that particular temple, which belongs to that particular trust, there are certain rooms also which are made, and those rooms are given on rent. Or let's say there is some community halls, etc. made, which is given on rent for conducting some functions, etc. Or let's say there are some commercial shops. See, it is there within the land of this charitable trust only. Okay, let's say in the center there is a temple, and then it is surrounded by some room, it is surrounded by a building, like rooms are there, commercial shops, etc. are there. So can we say the trust is going to earn from renting of rooms, etc.? So even that will be exempted, provided your rent, etc. is within the limits. Now ma'am, what is the limit? So if renting of rooms is up to 1000, okay, or if it is, or we can say like this, if it is less than 1000, if it is less than 1000, not taxable. Okay, it is going to be exempted. If it is more than or equal to 1000 per day, then in that case the entire amount will be taxable. Okay, similarly, renting of premises, community hall, kalyan mandapam, or any open area, etc. Suppose if the prices of that is more than or equal to 10,000 rupees per day, renting charges is more than or equal to 10,000 per day, then in that case again it is going to be taxable. And the last one, if you are renting the shops, okay, commercial shops are there, you have given it to people for conducting business there. If the rent per month, okay, if the rent per month is rupees 10,000 or more, okay, more than or equal to 10,000 per month, then in that case it becomes fully taxable. I hope I am clear till here, everyone. Yes, if the renting amount or if the rent amount is lesser than this, if it is lesser than this, then in that case it is going to be fully exempted. Okay, now this presence of the religious place or this religious place should be owned by whom? This can be owned by a registered charitable trust under section 12AA and 12AB of the Income Tax Act, or it can be of a trust or institution which is registered under section 1023C of the Income Tax Act, or it can be of any body or authority which is covered under section 1023BBA of the Income Tax Act. If all these conditions are met, then we can say that yes, the renting income, if it is within the limits, then we can say that it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Yes, okay. If the limits are exceeded, then we cannot do anything, then we will have to pay the tax on the same. Then going on to the last two entries, which is somewhere related to this charitable and religious trust, that we have combined together. Now entry number 60 talks about religious pilgrimage. Okay, if there is a religious pilgrimage which is facilitated by Government of India under some bilateral agreement. Okay, example, Kumaon Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited is taking you for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Okay, or let's say the Hajj Committee of India or State Hajj Committee of India, including the Joint State Committee, if they are taking you to Mecca, okay, for religious pilgrimage, then in that case these organizations are providing you the services of taking you there, for which they will be charging the consideration from you. On that consideration, the GST is going to be totally exempted. Okay, only these two will be totally exempted. Then after that, next one, last one, everyone. If this is important, you get questions on this, please pay attention to this. If let's say, for example, if there is an individual person who is providing training, okay, individual person who is providing training or coaching in recreational activities relating to arts or culture. Okay, now when I say arts or culture, then in that case drawing, painting, sculpture, music, etc., everything will be covered there. So if I am teaching arts or culture, individual is teaching arts or culture, that will be totally exempted. And if sports, If sports, etc. is taught by whom? If sports, etc. is taught by charitable trust, okay, by any charitable trust which is registered under the Income Tax Act, if they are providing teaching, training or coaching in sports, then in that case, even that will be totally exempted from GST. Sports can be any sports, it can be cricket, it can be badminton, it can be basketball, it can be tennis, anything. If arts or culture is taught by individual, if sports is taught by charitable institutions, then in that case it will be totally exempted from GST. Manageable till here, everyone? Yes? Okay. Then going on to the next service, that is the agricultural related services. Again, this is going to be important. Okay, now any services in relation to cultivation of plants, okay, for food, fiber, etc., or for any raw materials, if you are cultivating the plants, or if there is any rearing of life forms of animals, except rearing of horses. Please remember, when you get any question related to horses, it has been totally made taxable under GST. Okay, if you are cultivating the plants, or if you are rearing the animals, okay, for food, fiber, fuel, raw materials, etc., or agricultural produce, means you are getting for getting the agriculture produce, if you are doing it, then any services in relation to agricultural operations, okay, like cultivation, harvesting, threshing, cutting, pruning, etc., all these will be totally exempted from GST. Supply of farm labor, if you are providing labor to work at farm, for that you are charging any consideration, even that is going to be exempted from GST. Then any processes which are carried out at the farm, okay, like tending, pruning, cutting, harvesting, drying, cleaning, trimming, any or fumigation also, if these are conducted at agricultural farm, because of which the main characteristic of the agriculture produce is not changing. Example, if let's say you are doing it for potato, okay, or if you are doing it at a potato farm, then in that case it is going to be totally exempted. But let's say, for example, you are doing something because of which potato is getting converted into potato chips. Okay, if potato is getting converted into potato chips, then in that case it is not a basic process, it becomes an advanced process, so that is going to be taxable, right? Acha, then after that, the next one, renting of any agricultural machinery or vacant land. If you are renting your agricultural machinery or a vacant land can be with a structure or without a structure, doesn't matter. Okay, if you are renting it, then in that case, whatever rent you are going to get by renting it, on that GST will be totally exempted. And then the next one, loading, putting the goods, unloading, okay, packaging, storing, warehousing of agricultural produce, is going to be exempted from GST. Okay, again, rice is not an agriculture produce, paddy is an agriculture produce. Okay, potato chips is not an agriculture produce, potato is an agriculture produce. Tomato ketchup is not an agriculture produce, tomato is an agriculture produce. I hope I am able to make you understand this. Yes. Then after that, the next 2 points are agriculture extension services. Agriculture extension services is nothing but knowledge sharing services with the farmers. Okay, let's say there are Kisan Connects, or there are some training centers, etc., which provide the know-how to the farmers, for which they charge some consideration. On that, the GST is totally exempted. And then the next one, so any services provided by APMC, Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee. Okay, they provide the kind of a platform to the farmers that okay, you can bring your produce and you can sell it here to the wholesalers, etc. So any services provided by APMC, let's say they are providing the place, they are providing electricity, water supply, etc., for which they will be charging the consideration. On that, the GST is going to be exempted. And last one, if there is a commission agent who is purchasing and selling agricultural produce, and if he is earning any commission, on that commission the GST is going to be totally exempted. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes, these were your basic agricultural related activities which are exempted. Basic, I said, we are yet to do some more points there. Manageable, everyone? Okay. Okay, so now the basic agricultural operation exemption that we have already completed, entry number 54. Now let's go to the other small exemptions under agricultural related services. So first one was, if any person was provided those services in relation to cultivation of plants or rearing of animals for agriculture produce, for food, fuel, raw material, etc. Those things we had already covered in the first part. Yes, here it is. And now we are starting with the next one, that is entry number 55, where there is a particular person who is providing some service as an intermediate. He is providing the service of intermediate production process. Okay, means once the raw material is, or once the produce is ready, after that there is some other process that is being done. But again, this is not going to change the what do we say, the way of the product. That is, it is still going to be sellable in the primary market only. Example, let's say for example you are converting potato into potato chips, like I told you earlier. Not those types of work is done here. Okay, this is some work which is done at the farm itself. Okay, so those things are covered under entry number 55. That is, intermediate production process is being carried out as a job work. Means someone has given this work to you on job work in relation to same cultivation of plants or rearing of animals or agricultural produce, right? Another thing that we need to know is your when miling the paddy into rice. Again, that is not an intermediate production process because it totally changes the produce. Okay, earlier it was an agriculture produce, now it is not an agriculture produce. So that is not covered under entry number 55. Yes, and also miling of paddy into rice is done not at the farm. It is done in the in a separate place. Right, so it is also not done by the cultivators, it is not done by the farmers, it is done by the rice millers. Okay, so here in entry number 55, only those things which are done at the farm and that relates to the basic agriculture produce, only those exemptions will be covered up here. Okay, then after that, similarly, now can we say till now all whatever exemptions were available, all those exemptions were related to agriculture produce only, right? So rice was not included there. Now they have given a specific exemption to the people who are into the rice product also. That is only not the not miling etc., but only loading, unloading, packaging, storage or warehouse of rice will also be totally exempted. Okay, only these 5 things in relation to rice is exempted, not any other thing. Okay, example, commission agent who is dealing into rice, no, that is going to be taxable, that will not be exempted. Right, then after that, warehousing of minor forest produce, flowers, fruits, etc. Even those, the warehousing of that is going to be totally exempted. Then warehousing of cereals, pulses, fruits and vegetables. So warehousing of your agriculture produce, warehousing of rice, warehousing of minor forest produce, warehousing of cereals, pulses, fruits and vegetables. These are going to be totally exempted. Then artificial insemination of livestock. Artificial insemination is nothing but making a particular livestock be able to give birth to its children, right? So artificially we are giving some treatment to that particular livestock with which it can give birth, but other than horses. So even that service is going to be totally exempted. Then after that, doing some activities on fruits and vegetables. Okay, example, ripening. Okay, waxing, you must have seen in case of apples, etc. Then your retail packaging, that is big bunches are being packed into small bunches. Okay, if these are done in relation to fruits and vegetables, but again it should not alter the characteristic of that fruit or vegetable. It should, earlier also it was apple, now also it should be apple only, right? You are not converting apple into apple juice, that is not covered here, right? Okay, then after that, let's say government. Okay, central government, state government, union territory, local authority. Let's say they are assigning the right. Okay, they are assigning the right to a cultivator, to an individual farmer, and they are giving the right to the farmer. Okay, you can use this particular natural resources for the purpose of your agricultural activities. That is for the purpose of cultivation of plant or rearing of animals, except horses. So whatever the farmer is going to pay to the government, maybe in the form of royalty or maybe in the form of charges, etc., that will be totally exempted from GST. Right, then after that, let's say there is some electricity distribution utility. Okay, electricity distribution utility is providing the service to a farmer. What service is provided by electricity distribution utility to the farmer? Now the main work of electricity distribution utility is to distribute the electricity. Okay, transmit the electricity. Now let's say it has distributed it up to a certain level, but the farmer's farm is a little far. Okay, the place where the farmer wants that electricity, maybe to run the tube well, etc., that is far away. So the farmer tells the electricity distribution utility, sir, can you please extend the electricity connection till my tube well? So for that, the electricity distribution utility will definitely charge some amount. On those charges, GST will be totally exempt. Right? Okay. Then after that, any services provided by NCCCD. Okay, any services provided by NCCCD. Now, NCCCD provides the information. Okay, it provides the service by way of sharing of knowledge. Okay, it basically shares the knowledge with the farmers, etc., that how to store your products in cold storage. Okay, just like we studied about agriculture extension services, giving technical know-how to the farmers. Similarly, here also it is a technical know-how, knowledge, etc., but specifically related to cold storage. So that is going to come up here. Clear till here? Okay. Then after that, going to the next entry. Next entry is going to talk about your education services. Education services is very, very simple, but very, very important. Okay. For CA final, for CA inter, for both, it is going to be very, very important. You can definitely see a question on this in your exam. Yes. Okay, so now let's start with education services. Before we get into education services, first let's try to understand who will be considered. Okay, who will be considered as educational institution for the purpose of GST exemption. So educational institution, I always divide it into three types. Okay, type 1, type 2, type 3. Type 1 talks about your educational institution from preschool to higher secondary school. Okay, preschool to higher secondary school. Type 2 is any such educational institution which is providing you any qualification which is recognized by law, colleges, IIMs, institutes, ICAI, etc. And the third one is any approved any institution which is providing approved vocational education course. Okay, now ma'am, what do you mean by vocational education course? So any course which is run by ITI, Industrial Training Institute or Industrial Training Center. Okay, any courses run by them which is affiliated to NCVET or any particular institute which is providing modular employable skill course. That is, by doing this particular course, you will be able to get the job, okay, employment. So these will be considered, and these should be only in designated trades. Okay, this should be, it can be related to carpentry, it can be related to tailoring, etc. So in designated trades, if they are providing you the qualification, then that will be, or they are providing you the training, that will be considered as an approved vocational education course. So type 1, preschool to higher secondary school. Type 2, any qualification which is recognized by law. And type 3 is going to be your approved vocational education course. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes. Okay. Now listen. Can we say, first of all, in education services, again, there is going to be output services and there will be inward services. Output services means the services which are given by an educational institution. Now, which services are given by an educational institution? Any services given by these educational institution to its students, faculty and staff. Educational institution providing service to students, faculty and staff. Okay, it can be education services, it can be transportation services, it can be free food services, or it can be food services, any services provided by these educational institution to its students, faculty and staff will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, similarly, if there is any educational institution which is providing the service by way of conduct of entrance examination. Okay, so there is an educational institution, any of these, they are conducting an entrance examination for which they are charging entrance fee. Okay, even that is going to be totally exempted. So that is not, now the second one which I told you, it is not necessary that it is being provided to its students, faculty and staff only. Entrance examination can be for any person. Right, so these outward services by an educational institution will be totally exempted, right? And then now, what about the inward services? Okay, when the type 1, okay, when the educational institution receives any input services, okay, like transportation facility, means we have outsourced the transportation work to any outsider, and that outsider is going to provide the transportation facility to my students, faculty and staff. That can be one transportation facility. Second one can be catering facility, that is, we have appointed an outsider to run a canteen in our premises, okay, or any outsider is providing us the meals, or let's say midday meal schemes, etc., that type. Third one is security services. that is watchman, security guard services, okay, housekeeping services, cleaning services, provided those are done in the premises itself. Then next one is services relating to admission, okay, or services relating to conduct of examination. I wanted to conduct that entrance examination, okay, that is going to be exempted. For that I have taken someone's help for printing the question papers, for printing the admit cards, etc. Those services will be considered as your inward services. And last one is some outsider is providing me some online periodicals or journals, etc., magazines kind of a thing. So these are the inward services which can be taken by an educational institution. Now, which inward service will be taxable for which type of educational institution? Try to understand. The first three, okay, transportation, catering and your security, these three will be exempted, but only for when it is provided to a type 1 educational institution. Okay, imagine you are a van uncle, okay, you are a van driver and you are providing these services to a school. Then in that case, when you are providing these services to an type 1 educational institution, it is going to be totally exempted. Okay, fourth one will be exempted when it is provided to any educational institution. Okay, all the three. And the last one, supply of periodical journals will be exempted only when these services are provided to a type 2 educational institution. Yes, you must have studied also. Now we are simply revising it. I hope I am very, very clear till here, everyone. Yes. Okay. Now see, there are a few other clarifications that we need to do. Now, any services provided by educational institution to its students, faculty and staff will be totally exempted. Any services provided by educational institution in the form of conduct of an examination, even that is going to be totally exempted. Now, even these boards, state board, central board, etc., they will also be considered as an educational institution for the purpose of conducting the examination. Okay, even they will be considered as educational institution. So, whatever is their output service and whatever is their input service, on that the GST will be totally exempted. Right? Acha, now accreditation fees, which is accreditation which is provided by the boards. Okay, let's say someone has studied from outside India but now he wants to practice in India, so he will have to go to a respective board and get the accreditation that okay, now you are eligible to practice here in India. For that, whatever fees is charged by the board, that will be taxable. Okay, that will be totally taxable. Please understand, this is an important point. Okay, similarly, there is an authority called as National Testing Agency which conducts the examination. So again, it will be considered as an educational institution for the purpose of conducting the examination. So any output service, any input service by it is going to be totally exempted. Okay, then when we talk about ITIs, Industrial Training Institutes, there can be two types of ITIs, private ITI or government ITI. Services provided by private ITIs will be exempted if it is provided, providing the services in designated trade, if it is providing the educational services in designated trade. Okay, and any services provided by government ITI is anyway exempted, because we will study ahead that any services provided by government to individual people is totally exempted. Right? Acha, now apart from this, okay, apart from these three type of educational institution, none of the institution can call itself as an educational institution. Example, private coaching classes, etc. No, it is not an educational institution for the purpose of GST, and hence if I am charging fees from you, on that GST will be applicable. Right? Acha, now going on to IIM, okay, Indian Institute of Management, which is formed under IIM Act 2017. Now in this case, IIM provides long-term courses to its students who get admitted there, who takes the admission, etc. there. So the services provided by IIM, okay, that will come under type 2 educational institution and it is going to be exempted. Okay, but IIM also conducts some short-term certification courses, okay, and that is not provided to the students, that is provided to the participants. So that is going to be taxable, because there the educational services are not provided to its students. Right? Okay, then after that, food. Okay, food in case of educational institution. So an educational institution can have its own canteen also, run by itself. That service, if it is providing to its students, faculty, staff, it will be totally exempted. Okay, now if the school or if that educational institution is outsourcing the canteen to someone else, then can we say we are taking inward supply for canteen? That will be exempted. That will be exempted from GST only when these services are provided to type 1 education institution, that same catering services. Right? Okay. Then there are colleges. Okay. Then there is ICAI, etc., who conducts the campus placements. Okay. They help their students to get the jobs in the college itself, or as soon as the college is over, or as soon as the course is over. So can we say these institutes call big companies so that they can take our students for employment. So these institutes charge some amount from the MNCs. Okay, in that case, when we are charging some amount from the MNCs, means we are providing the services to the MNCs and not to our students, faculty and staff, and hence it is going to be taxable. Okay, that is going to be taxable. Okay, then after that there will be some marine related courses, shipping related courses, maritime courses, etc., which are approved by the DG Shipping, Director General of Shipping, under Merchant Shipping Act 1958. So any services, any education services provided by them will also be exempted, because it will be considered as a type 2 educational institution. Okay, then Anganwadi, please consider this. Anganwadi is same as your preschool. Okay, so whatever exemptions were available to type 1 educational institution, same exemptions will be available to Anganwadi also. Okay, giving of migration certificate, issuing leaving certificate to our students is totally exempted from GST. Okay, then after that, flying courses, okay, flying training courses, etc., which are approved by the flying training organization. So if you want to start flying a particular aircraft, helicopter or whatever, you will have to compulsorily do the flying training courses as approved by the FTO. Yes, and DGCA tells you, that is Civil Aviation Directorate General, tells you that you have to compulsorily do these courses. So even these courses are done as per the Aircraft Act 1934. So even these will be these organizations, these FTOs will be considered as type 2 education institution, and whatever services they are providing, even that will be exempted from GST. Manageable till here? Yes. Then hostels, boarding schools, etc., can we say they are providing education also, plus they are providing lodging, boarding and food, etc. also. So can we say this will be considered as a composite supply? And if that is considered as a composite supply, then principal supply will be taxable. If whatever is the tax effect of principal supply, that will apply to the entire supply. Principal supply is education services only, so the entire service will be totally exempted. Okay, and the next one was the new point that was inserted, entry number 66A, which was talking about affiliation. Okay, if any particular board, let's say state board or central board, etc., let's say if they are providing affiliation services to the government owned schools, okay, that is school owned by central government, state government, union territory, local authority, governmental authority or governmental entity, if we are providing affiliation services to them, then it will be exempted. But if we are providing it to a private school, it will be taxable. Okay, university providing affiliation services to colleges, taxable. Okay, only when the board is providing the affiliation services to government owned schools, only that is going to be exempted. I hope I am very clear till here, everyone. Yes, then a few more points, everyone. Now let's say there is a transporter, okay, who is providing services to the transport services to the educational institution, so that educational institution can further provide it to its students, faculty and staff. Okay, now can we say this transport services provided to educational institution will be exempted only for whom? This will be exempted only for type 1 educational institution. Yes. Now let's say this transporter does not have his vehicle. So can we say he can take a vehicle on hire? So then they say that if again it is going to be used only for type 1 educational institution, then even this is going to be exempted from GST. So hiring is also exempted, and giving transportation services will also be exempted, and then charging something from the students, faculty and staff will also be exempted. I hope I am clear till here. Okay, then after that, entry number 69. Okay, entry number 69 was already existing. Just one a new point that was added there was about training partner. Ma'am, what was this entry number 69? So it was talking about any services in relation to some development programs, vocational skill program, vocational skill development programs, national skill qualification program, etc. If any such programs are conducted by these institutes, okay, that is National Skill Development Corporation, NCVET, awarding body recognized by NCVET, assessment body recognized by NCVET, etc. When these people are providing the notified development programs, okay, this is basically under some scheme of the government, then whatever services are provided by them, okay, for by way of conducting a program, etc., that will be totally exempted from GST. Yes, and now the new point added here is a training partner approved by NSDC. See, any services provided by NSDC is anyway exempted. Let's say I am a training partner. Okay, I am a training partner who is approved by the NSDC, and now I can also start providing these particular courses. Then whatever service I am also providing, even that will be totally exempted from GST. Yes, then after that, the 3 more entries, everyone here. Let's say there is an assessment body. Okay, there is an assessment body which is empaneled by the Directorate General of Training, Ministry of Skill Development, etc. And now they have given me the work. Okay, they have given me the work to do some sort of assessment, to do some sort of checking under the Skill Development Initiative scheme. So I am providing the services of assessment. Okay, who told me to provide these services? The Directorate General, etc. told me to provide these services under Skill Development Initiative scheme. So whatever services I am providing, that is going to be totally exempted. Okay, similarly, any training providers who are providing the training under a scheme called as Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushalya Yojana. Okay, now what sort of training is being provided under this scheme? Okay, they are offering skill or vocational training courses. Again, vocational training courses are being provided by training partners under the specific scheme of the government of Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushalya Yojana. Even this is going to be totally exempted from GST. And the last one, entry number 72, super duper important. Put as many stars as you want to put. Now, if we are providing any services to only 3 people, central government, state government, union territory, under any training program, means government is telling us to do some training program where the government is ready to meet more than or equal to 75% of the total expenditure. Means, can we say majorly it is sponsored by the government? Yes. So whenever I am providing these, or whenever I am doing these training programs, whatever amount I am getting by doing these training programs will be totally exempted from GST. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes, these were your most important pointers under your education service. Manageable? Okay. Okay, then let's continue with the next service, everyone. Healthcare services. Let's start with it. Again, simple but important. First of all, we are going to do entry number 74, along with that some clarifications, then entry number 74A and then entry number 46. Only 3 entries in this particular service. Healthcare service related to medical, etc. Now, any healthcare services which is provided by clinical establishment, just like hospitals, okay, provided by clinical establishment, provided by an authorized medical practitioner, individual doctor, etc. Or if it is provided by paramedics is nothing but your supporting staff like nurses, physiotherapists, lab assistants, etc. So when these people are providing healthcare services to any particular person at any particular place, be it at the hospital or be it at their place, okay, when these people are providing any healthcare services, then it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Right, ma'am, what do you mean by healthcare services? So healthcare services is, treatment, diagnosis of any injury or any particular illness under any recognized systems of medicines like your allopathy, homeopathy, naturopathy, ayurveda, unani, etc. Under these medicines, if you are providing the healthcare services for treating any particular person, then whatever charges like operation theatre charges and the doctor charges, etc., that will be totally exempted from GST. Even pregnancy is covered here. IVF is also covered under healthcare services. Then your plastic surgery or cosmetic surgery that you have to do forcefully because there was a defect. Okay, because there was a defect or because there was a developmental issue in a newborn baby or something like that, then in that case even that will be covered under healthcare services and even that will be exempted. Okay, if I am doing this cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery just for fashion or just to look good, whereas there was no defect, etc., then in that case that is done for fashion, that will be considered as luxury and hence it is going to be taxable. Right? Now when a particular person gets admitted, okay, when a particular person gets admitted, at that time, let's say he is getting a room, he is taking a room in the hospital, then the room rent is also applicable along with the medical charges. So room rent, if it does not exceed rupees 5,000 per day, then it is exempted. Once it exceeds rupees 5,000 per day, then it becomes taxable. Okay, but if a patient is critical, okay, let's say he is admitted in ICU or he is admitted in ICCU, your cardiac care unit, or if a newborn baby is there and it is admitted in the NICU, or any particular patient is admitted in critical care unit CCU, then in that cases anyway the patient is very, very critical, so they are telling that whatever charges you have paid for ICU, CCU, ICCU, NICU, on that whatever be the amount, it will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, but once the patient gets shifted in a normal room, for that we have to see the applicability. If the room rent exceeds rupees 5,000 per day, then GST will be applicable on the entire amount. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Okay, one more point which is there under this entry number 74 is the B point, that is if hospital, doctors, etc., if they are providing ambulance services, okay, that will be covered under your healthcare services. But if ambulance services, transportation of patient, ambulance kind of a services is provided by any other person, okay, any other person, that is other than clinical establishment, medical practitioner or paramedics. Let's say if there is any person who is engaged in the business of providing ambulances, okay, then in that case even that is going to be exempted from GST. Transportation of patients in ambulance will be totally exempted from GST. I hope I am clear with this. Yes. Acha, in recognized system of medicines, your homeopathy, allopathy, naturopathy, Ayurveda, yoga, Siddha, Unani, these will be covered, or any other recognized system which is recognized by the government. Okay, this Reiki, healing, etc., Jadoo, Tona, etc., that is not covered under recognized system, so that will be totally taxable, right? Okay, then after that, what about the food provided to the patients? Okay, now listen, can we say food provided to, we have done this when we were doing the supply chapter also, food provided to the patients, can we say that is a composite supply along with healthcare? He did not get admitted in the hospital for eating the food, right? So this is composite supply, and if the principal supply was exempted, then even this food is going to be exempted. But if the hospital is providing food to the outsiders, example to the visitors, to the attendants, etc., who comes to see the patient, etc., for them if there is a canteen facility or a hotel facility in the hospital, then that will be fully taxable, because anything provided to the patient, that we can exempt, but anything provided to outsider, that will be taxable. Okay, nowadays in many of the hospitals you will see ground floor is given on rent to shops, etc. Big shops are there. Rent from that will be fully taxable. That is not your healthcare service. Okay, let's say advertisement services provided by a hospital. You can put banners outside our hospital. You can put a banner on the terrace, etc. That will be fully taxable. Only healthcare service and ambulance services, only these will be exempted. Right? Okay, and one important thing, that is about cord blood cells or stem cell banking, where you can preserve the umbilical cord after giving birth to a child. Those services are now taxable. Okay, earlier it was exempted, but those services are now taxable. I hope I am clear with this. Yes. Okay. Okay, then let's go to the next entry, which is talking about rehabilitation services. So now if there are some rehabilitation professionals, okay, rehabilitation means the people who are engaged in providing some therapy, some counseling, etc. Okay, so if rehabilitation professionals are providing any services, rehabilitation professionals are recognized ones. If they are providing certain services of rehabilitation, therapy, counseling, etc. at some medical institutions, okay, or medical establishments, or they are providing these services at educational institutions to the students, etc., or if they are providing this at rehab centers which are established by the government or by the charitable trust or institutions registered under the Income Tax Act, then in that case even that is going to be totally exempted from GST. Okay, so services provided by rehab professionals at these places will be totally exempted from GST, right? And the last one is animals. Okay, just like humans need healthcare, similarly animals and birds also need healthcare. So the services which are provided by their clinic, that is veterinary clinic, even those will be totally exempted from GST. Simple till here, everyone. Healthcare services is manageable. Yes. Okay. Now going on to the next one, that is services provided by government. Okay, this is one big services provided by government. I will also tell you which one you have to do compulsorily, means which one you have to remember compulsorily. I'll tell you all those also, don't worry about it. Okay, now services provided by government and some specific bodies. Means here they are not only going to talk about central government, state government, local authority, they will talk about governmental authority, they will talk about government entity, etc. Many other people they are going to discuss about. Okay, now entry number 4 and 5, whenever you are studying, you can study it together. So now let's say if there are certain services which are provided by a governmental authority. Okay, by a governmental authority. Ma'am, what do you mean by the term governmental authority? So governmental authority is such a person which is set up with any authority, body, corporation, body or board, etc., which is either set up by an act of parliament, central government, or by a state legislature, state government, or established by any government with at least 90% control with the government, and they are formed, a governmental authority are formed to do the work which is entrusted to a municipality or which is entrusted to a panchayat. Okay, now ma'am, what works are entrusted to panchayat, what works are entrusted to municipality, that I have already written in the book, you can just refer it once. Okay, see, when we talk about municipality, means we are talking about our urban areas. There town planning is there, road development is there, infrastructure is there, then your maintenance of parks, garden, etc. Those things are there. So all these is the responsibility given to the municipality. Now when the municipality wants to get this work done, then there is a governmental authority that is formed. Okay, now let's say for example, when we talk about buildings, when we talk about urban planning, etc., when we talk about infrastructure, or when we specifically talk about stay, that is town planning, etc., for that purpose they have even formed RERA. You must have heard about RERA. So RERA, it safeguards the interest, it makes sure that the project is done on time, etc. If not done on time, then what will be the consequences? So RERA is also considered as what? RERA is also considered as a governmental entity. Right, so now any services which are provided by governmental entity, ma'am, which services? Any services related to panchayat or municipality functions. Okay, so entry number 4 talks about municipality and entry number 5 talks about panchayat. But in both the cases, who is providing the services? Services are provided by the governmental authority. So that will be totally exempted from GST. Right? Okay, then after that, going to the next one, entry number 6 and entry number 7, I have combined and I have made the conclusion for that in your book. Please try to understand this. Okay, now what are they telling us here for entry number 6 and 7? This we have studied when we were doing the reverse charge mechanism also. If you recollect, any services provided by government other than those services, remember, services by Department of Post and Ministry of Railways, then services in relation to aircraft or vessel, and transportation of goods and passengers. Do you recollect that? And one more was there, that is renting of immovable property. So we are going to talk about that. Whenever we are talking about the A point, means we are talking about services by Department of Post or Ministry of Railways, Indian Railways. Then in that case, when these services are provided by government, okay, by government means by 4 people, then in that case, remember, it was not covered under RCM, so it will be always taxable, and that too it will be taxable under forward charge mechanism. Means the Department of Post and Indian Railways will be responsible to collect the tax and to pay it to the government. Okay, then after that, the next one is any services in relation to vessel or aircraft. Any services in relation to vessel or aircraft. Again, it was not covered under RCM. So when these services are provided by government, it will be taxable, and that too under forward charge mechanism. Then when the government is providing transportation of goods or transportation of passenger facility, again RCM was not applicable, so this will be taxable under forward charge. Okay, now when the government is providing these services to any person, registered, unregistered, small, big, doesn't matter. Okay, in these cases forward charge mechanism will be applicable, that is government will be responsible to collect the taxes and pay it to the GST department. right? Okay, then after that, point number D talks about any other services. Okay, any other services. Now, from that, before doing this any other services, let me take this renting of immovable property services. This also we had seen when we were doing reverse charge mechanism. I'll try to connect that also. When the government is providing any immovable property on rent to any registered person, then in that case, reverse charge mechanism was applicable. This is what we had studied. Please remember one thing: whenever government gives renting of immobile property, or whenever government gives immobile property on rent, please remember it will always be taxable. Okay, it will always be taxable. Now, how it will be taxable, that we need to understand. So, when they are giving it to a registered person, okay, when they are giving it to a registered person, then in that case, obviously it will be taxable, and that too under reverse charge, because government is telling you bear the responsibility, you bear the headache. And but when it is given to a small business entity, ma'am, what do you mean by small business entity? Small business entity is such a person whose last year's turnover did not cross the threshold limit for registration. So when they are giving this to small business entity, then in that case they are telling, why to burden the small entity with that? We will pay the tax on the same. So government will be responsible to pay the tax under forward charge mechanism, right? Okay. And last, when the government is providing any other services apart from these services, okay, in that case, when it is giving to a large business entity, means normal, a big registered business entity, taxable under reverse charge, business entity will be responsible to pay the tax. But when they are giving other services to other people, okay, when they are giving these other services to other people, then it will be totally exempted. Okay, do you recollect we had studied ITI, government ITIs? Government ITIs, what did I told you? I had told you that when government is providing the services to individuals, etc., it will be totally exempted from tax. Yes, ma'am, then why renting is not exempted? I just told you, renting is always going to be taxable. Just the person who is responsible to pay the tax might change, but otherwise that person will always be taxable. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes, those three, A, B, C, that will be always taxable under forward charge mechanism. Renting of immovable property, if given to a registered person, RCM will be applicable. If given to any other person, forward charge mechanism will be applicable. Other services given to registered business entity, it will be taxable under RCM. Given to any other person, it will be totally exempt. Okay, so when government is providing services to individual people like you and me, then in that case, it will be totally exempted from GST. Yes, okay, then intergovernment services given by one government to another government, totally exempted. Okay, services given by government, apart from those three, if services are given by any government, and if the value does not exceed rupees 5,000, then it will be totally exempted. And if it is a continuous supply of services, means in a year many times the government is going to provide the services, then 5,000 you have to check for the entire year for its applicability. Right? Okay, then let's say if a government entity is providing the services to the government, okay, government entity providing the services to the government, for which the government is giving grants, again this is going to be totally exempted. Ma'am, before that, what do you mean by government entity? Again, 90% control of the government, it is formed to do the work of the government. Okay, it is formed to do the work of the government. Governmental authority was formed to do the work of panchayat and municipality. Right? Okay, then going to the next one, old age home, important to be remembered. Okay, old age home facility, if it is provided by government, central government or state government, or it is provided by any charitable trust, okay, to whom? To the resident persons, means those who are staying there whose age is 60 years or more, and they are charging a consideration of up to rupees 25,000 per month per member. Okay, for which they can stay there, they will get the food, etc. If it is up to 25,000 rupees per month per member, and if it is provided to residents whose age is more than 60 or more, and in that case, whatever consideration is received by that old age home, that will be totally exempted from GST. Right? Okay, then after that, next one, entry number 9E was newly inserted some time back. Ministry of Railway, whenever Ministry of Railway is providing the services to any person, just now we saw, it is always taxable, and that too under forward charge mechanism. But when Ministry of Railway is providing these services like platform ticket fees, then your cloakroom services, your electric vehicle services on the platform, etc. Then retiring room, waiting room services, for which if it is charging any amount, that will be totally exempted from GST. Similarly, when one division of railways is providing the service to another division of railways, normally services provided by railways is taxable, but inter-zone services, etc. will be fully exempted. Okay, then similarly, when any particular special purpose vehicle, okay, who has prepared some infrastructure for the railways, when they are providing the services to the Ministry of Railways, and Ministry of Railway is also providing the services to the SPV by way of maintaining that infrastructure which belongs to the SPV. Okay, let's say SPV has prepared a car shed for Ministry of Railways, okay, and it is giving it to the Ministry of Railway for using it. The rent on that will be totally exempted. Similarly, Ministry of Railway is doing its maintenance for SPV. On that also GST is going to be totally exempted. Okay, then Department of Post, we had studied, any services provided by them will be totally taxable. Okay, but if they are providing any services by way of postcard, inland letter, book post, ordinary post, whose weight is not more than 10 grams, okay, it is less than 10 grams actually, then again this service is going to be totally exempted. Okay, then electricity distribution companies, electricity transmission companies are doing their work, for which they are collecting some charges, again it is going to be exempted. Okay, if we are taking other services from the electricity department like meter testing, equipment changing, shifting of meters, okay, meter checking, etc., all these services will be again totally exempted from GST, right? Then any services provided by pension fund, any services provided by provident fund, any services provided by NPS, when they are providing these services, okay, to its members, then again it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Okay, entry number 34A important. Let's say a government is giving guarantee. Okay, government is giving guarantee for its PSU. Okay, PSU is there, PSU has taken a loan from a bank. Bank asks for guarantee. Now the guarantor is going to be the government. Suppose if government is acting as a guarantor for its undertaking, then whatever guarantee commission the government is going to get, on that the GST will be totally exempted. Right? Okay, then when we go and obtain certain registrations with the government, example food license, FSSI, etc., or let's say we go and we take some fire license from the government, etc., or any other license that is required for our business, Gumasta license, if you must have heard about it, shop and establishment license, etc., on that the GST will be totally exempted. Okay, then entry number 59 is important. Services by a foreign diplomatic mission located in India. Okay, embassy offices located in India, when they are providing, if we are not providing services to them, if we provide any services to them, that is taxable, but when they provide any services, then that it is going to be totally exempted, right? Okay, then when the government is issuing passport, visa, birth certificate, death certificate, driving license, etc., again the charges on that will be totally exempted from GST, right? Okay, then after that, when the government is tolerating an act, okay, let's say you have done a breach of contract with the government is tolerating that act, and for which the government is asking compensation from you. So again, this is a supply, and that too it is when this particular supply where you are tolerating, where the government is tolerating an act, then it will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, when any other person is tolerating an act, then it will be taxable. Please remember that. Yes. Okay, so what we had studied in the supply chapter was tolerating an act, and for that if we are going to get any consideration, then that is considered as a supply. But when the act is tolerated by government, then in that case it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Yes, then after that, if we are taking help of the merchant officers, okay, for loading, unloading or clearance of any cargo after the working hours or on Sundays, etc., for that if we are paying any merchant overtime charges, then it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Then if we are paying some charges for getting some information from RTI, then on those charges also GST is going to be exempted, right? Then after that, excess royalty collection contractor, that is when the government, the state government is providing some services to a person, to a business entity, to use the natural resources and then to do the mining. Okay, then whatever royalty this person was required to pay to the state government, now this will be first collected by the excess royalty collection contractor, and then he is going to pass on the amount to the state government. Okay, so whatever amount this person, first of all, the supply which is done by the state government to this person, can we say this is a business entity? So this will be taxable under GST under reverse charge mechanism. So the recipient will be responsible to pay the tax on the same. Okay, now let's say this particular person is ready to pay a royalty of 100 crore rupees. He has done the mining and he can pay a royalty of 100 crore rupees. Okay, and ERCC has a contract with the state government of a minimum royalty of 110 crore to the state government. So can we say on this 100 crore, the tax will already be paid by the recipient, by that particular business entity, but ERCC will have to pay extra 10 crore from his pocket to the state government. On that, the responsibility to pay the tax is of the ERCC, again under reverse charge mechanism. Here in this case, okay, in this case between state government and ERCC, again the responsibility to pay the tax on this 10 crore will be on the ERCC. Okay, and let's say, suppose if ERCC had entered into a contract with the state government to pay a fixed royalty of only 90 crore, then in that case, this business person will be paying 100 crore to the ERCC. Yes, on that already, on the entire 100 crore, the recipient would have paid the tax. Now ERCC will be transferring only 90 crore out of it. So in that case, ERCC will not be liable to pay any GST because 90 crore is the part of this 100 crore on which already the tax has been paid. This we had seen under entry number 65B. Right? Okay. Then services provided by police. Okay, police personnel, etc. for any private events. Example, for IPL or for any personal security, etc. Whenever the police is providing any such services, then it will be normally taxable. I hope I am very, very clear till here, everyone. Yes, so these were your services provided by government. Okay, now going to the next one, that is services provided to government. A few entries are there. Yes, big entries, like big services are these, and these are now coming to an end. Services provided to government. Now when we are providing any pure services 100% labor services, when we are providing these services to the government only. Okay, whenever we are whenever we are providing this 100% pure labor services to the government in relation to that panchayat and municipality services, then in that case, whatever consideration we are going to get from the government, on that the GST will be totally exempted. Okay, example, I am changing this, I am repairing the roads, or I am repairing the street lights, etc. for the government, and I am providing only labor service. Material is provided by the government. Then whatever GST is there, whatever charges of labor are there, on that the GST is going to be exempted. Okay, similarly in entry number 3A, this is very, very important. Let's say I am providing composite supply of services, of goods and services to the government. Means I am providing goods also to the government, plus I am providing services also, but the proportion of goods should not exceed 25% of the total. Then in that case, on the total amount, on the entire composite supply, the GST is going to be exempted. Right? Okay, so similarly everyone, when I am providing ambulance services to the government under a government scheme. Okay, if I am providing only ambulance transportation services or ambulance services, it will be totally exempted. If along with ambulance, I am providing certain goods also within the ambulance, then in that case, you have to check that proportion of 25%. Similarly, when I am doing miling of wheat into wheat flour or paddy into rice, in that if I have added certain minerals also. See, one service that I was providing is miling. Okay, another one is if I am adding certain minerals also, means goods is also involved in that. Then in that case, if the proportion of the goods is more than 25%, then in that case, it will be taxable. If it is within 25%, it will be totally exempted. Right? Okay, then after that, if we are providing certain services to army and other central government, state government department. Okay, which is in relation to sanitation and conservancy services. So they say sanitation and conservancy services are in relation to your municipality panchayat services. So any services in relation to this, if you are providing it to the government, it will be totally exempted. Otherwise, it will be totally taxable. Okay, then if you are providing any services to CPWD, okay, if you are providing any services to CPWD, that is Public Works Department, if you are providing any services for maintaining the garden, for maintaining the playground, etc., if you are providing them any services, again, if it is pure labor services, fully exempted. If it is labor plus material, it will be exempted if the value of material does not exceed 25%. Okay, services, horticulture related services. Okay, then this one is a different point altogether. DMFT, District Mineral Foundation Trusts. Okay, now District Mineral Foundation Trust are the trust which is set up by the government in the districts where mining takes place. Okay, now because mining takes place, the environment of that particular place gets disturbed. Okay, there are there are environmental issues there, education related issues are there, water related issues are there. So the government has set up this fund called as DMFTs, and out of the now who contributes in DMFTs? The companies who do the mining, they contribute to they have to compulsorily contribute to the DMFTs, and from this DMFT we use the money for the welfare of children, welfare of ladies, women, etc. in that particular area. So this, what they are trying to say is, this DMFT which is formed by the government, this will be considered as governmental authority. Okay, this will be considered as governmental authority. So whatever exemptions are available to governmental authority, same will be available to DMFTs also. Okay, similarly, let's say some facility services, some housekeeping kind of services have been provided to Municipal Corporation of Delhi for its own headquarters. If we are providing some services to the headquarters for itself, for headquarters itself, then we are not doing this for municipality and panchayat. In that case, it will be totally taxable. If we are providing some services to the municipality which is in relation to panchayat or municipality, then it is a different thing. But we are providing like personal services to the municipal corporation, then that will be totally taxable. Right? Okay, then after that, if we are providing some services to governmental authority, okay, services provided to governmental authority, do you recollect entry 4 and 5 that we had done, everyone? Entry 4 and 5 was talking about services by governmental authority, that was exempted, and now we are studying services provided to governmental authority, that is we are providing services to the governmental authority, these 5. Okay, public health, water supply, slum development and improvement, sanitation, conservancy and solid waste management. When we are providing these services to the governmental authority, again if related to panchayat municipality, it will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, then after that, if we are providing any services to government under any insurance scheme, okay, let's say we are the insurance company, we are providing insurance policies to the government for which the government is going to pay us the premium, insurance premium, that will be again totally exempted from GST. Then after that, regional collectivity scheme, airports. Okay, now when we are providing the services to the government, requested that can you please start your airline service on this particular route. So I agreed that okay, I will start, means I am agreeing to the government that okay, I will start the airport on this route which is not so common. Okay, you please make an airport in this small city, we will start our service there. So can we say we are providing the services to the government for which the government is going to fund to me. Okay, in this regional connectivity scheme, it is financially not viable. So some amount we collect from the passengers and some amount the government gives us. So the amount which the government is giving to me, okay, for funding, for starting this particular route, then on that the GST will be totally exempted only for the first 3 years when the airport had started. Are you able to understand this? Yes? Okay. Okay. Then going on to the next entry, that is entry number 11A, which talks about services which are provided by fair price shops to the government. Okay, now these particular shops provide services to the government, that is they sell food grains, kerosene, basic edible oil, sugar, etc. under public distribution system, that is when the government wants to do the public distribution system, and for which this fair price shops get some commission or margin. On that commission or margin, the GST is going to be totally exempted. Then any services provided by STEP or TBI, that is Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Park or Technology Business Incubator, that is who is providing the startups, okay, for research, or they are helping the startups, etc. So when the services are provided by TBI, or when the services are provided by STEP, or when the services are provided by bio incubators, then in that case GST will be totally exempted. Okay, whatever services they are providing, that will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, similarly, now incubators are providing the services to the incubatees. Okay, now these incubatees will take the help of incubators, and then they will finally provide services to the public, to the business persons, etc. So any services provided by incubatee up to a maximum turnover of 50 lakh rupees in a financial year will be exempted from GST. Up to 50 lakhs exempted, more than that taxable. Condition for that is the total turnover should not have exceeded 50 lakhs during the preceding financial year, and the time period for which they have entered into the agreement as an incubatee with the government, a period of 3 years should not have elapsed. So basically, as an incubatee, 3 years should not have elapsed. Last year turnover should not have exceeded 50 lakhs. If all these conditions are fulfilled, then in the current year you will be eligible for exemption up to rupees 50 lakhs. Yes, so basically incubatee is the entrepreneur which is actually developing something new, okay, which is actually developing maybe some technology, etc. And with the help of that particular technology, it is taking the help from the incubator and it is trying to develop some innovative products. Right? Acha, similarly, research and development services, if we are providing to the government entity or some scientific research association for which they are paying us some grants, on that also GST will be totally exempted. Okay, new point this was inserted. Then after that, the next one, entry number 22, very important. You have to remember this. You can see questions coming from this particular part. Now, let's say if a state transport undertaking only if it has taken some motor vehicle on hire, okay, to further provide the transportation services, then it will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, state transport undertaking has taken a motor vehicle on hire, and this motor vehicle is having a capacity of more than 12 passengers. If they have taken this motor vehicle on rent, on that the GST will be totally exempted. Okay, similarly, if you have given a motor vehicle, same electronic vehicle, okay, now EV, you have given it on hire to a local authority, again that vehicle has a capacity to carry more than 12 passengers, then again it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Above one was a normal motor vehicle given to STU. This one is an electronic vehicle given to on hire to a local authority, it will be totally exempted. Similarly, if you are giving any goods carrier to a GTA who is further going to do transportation of goods, then it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Okay, then after that, you are giving your motor vehicle on hire to a transporter. We have already done this point. You are giving your motor vehicle on hire to a transporter, and transporter is then going to provide the services to the educational institution. Then this is going to be totally exempted, provided the education institution is a type 1 educational institution. I hope I am very clear till here. 4 points we did in entry number 22. That is very important. Please be careful. Yes. Okay. Then after that, going to the next service, everyone. Construction service, very small service. Let's take it. Now, construction services, in that if you are providing pure labor contract services, maybe of construction, erection, repairing, renovation, alteration, redevelopment kind of a services under housing for all scheme. Okay, under housing for all scheme or Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, housing Yojana. Okay, if you are providing any services under this particular scheme, then it is totally exempted from GST. Even though it is a labor, even though it is a supply of service, still it will be totally exempted because it is specifically exempted. And similarly, if you are providing pure labor services of construction, erection, commissioning or installation, okay, means there is no repairing happening here, there is no renovation happening, a new structure is coming. For that, if you are providing pure labor services, not of the entire building but of a single residential unit. Let's say someone wants to build a bungalow for which that person has taken your labor services. On those labor services also there will be no GST applicable. It will be totally exempted. Okay, please remember, in entry number 11, it is talking only about the original works, or it is talking only about a new construction. It is not talking about any repairs or renovations, etc. Yes, please be careful with that particular point. Yes, okay. Okay, then let's go to the next service, everyone. Passenger transport services, and then we will look goods transportation services. So in passenger transport services, in entry number 15, first of all, these things are going to come up here. Entry number 15, first one is air travel. Okay, if you are doing air travel in economy class, and if your journey is going to start from these airports, or if your journey is going to end at these airports, then in that case GST on the flight tickets will be totally exempted. Ma'am, which airports or which airports are you talking about? Arunachal, Northeastern and West Bengal. Okay, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim or Tripura. Normal, same. Those 8, or at Bagdogra located in West Bengal. See, in West Bengal you have many other, like Kolkata etc. is also there, but in West Bengal only one, that is Bagdogra. So if your journey is starting or ending at these airports, okay, then in that case the airline ticket of economy class will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, then next one, if you have entered into a contract for availing the passenger transport services through a contract carriage. Okay, means non-AC contract carriage, means you have contacted a particular company and you are telling him that can you help in transportation of passengers, okay, as per your schedule, as per your routes. Okay, just that we need the transportation services from you. It should not be for tourism purpose, it should not be for tour purpose, etc. Normally, if you are availing the services of a transportation company, okay, and it is being done in a non-AC contract carriage, then in that case it will be totally exempted from GST. Example, let's say a particular company contacts a transporter and asks him, can you help my employees for daily transportation from home to office and office to home? Then in that case, if they are availing the services and the employees, and the timings and the routes is not decided by the employer, it is decided by the transportation company. It's just that the employees will sit in the carriage. Okay, employees will sit in the carriage, and in that particular carriage only the employees of the company will be sitting, because we have entered into a contract and the cost of that will be borne by the company. So in that case, non-AC contract carriage will be totally exempted from GST. Next one, non-AC stage carriage. Stage carriage means, let's say there is a roadway bus which is going to go from one point to another point. There can be passengers who can enter into this particular bus. They can enter at any point, they can exit at any particular point, and they will be charged for their individual tickets. On that, if it is a non-AC stage carriage, on those ticket charges GST will be totally exempted. See, stage carriage is basically, first of all, it is such a motor vehicle which can carry more than 6 passengers, and it is such a place where separate fares are paid by individual passengers. Okay, either for whole of the journey or for part of the journey. So normal bus traveling you can assume. Whereas what happens in a contract carriage is, you enter into a contract with that particular person. You tell him, can you provide transportation services? He says, okay, I will provide you transportation services. But in that vehicle, when you are sitting, no one else will enter, because we have entered into a contract, na? Okay, let's say I want to go from one place to another. Okay, I want to go from one place to another for work purpose, not for tourism, nothing. I want to go from one place to another for work purpose. and then that person says me, okay, I will take you from this place to another, but in a non-AC vehicle. I say, okay, no problem. So then only I will occupy that vehicle, no one else will occupy it, and I will be paying him the charges. On those charges, GST is going to be totally exempted, right? Same employees example is given up here. Then after that, next one, transportation of passengers. That one was with air in economy class, then non-AC contract carriage and non-AC stage carriage. Achha, one more thing. What if this contract carriage or stage carriage is booked through e-commerce operator? If it is booked through e-commerce operator, example red bus, etc., then in that case, it will be fully taxable as per section number 9(5) that we have already studied. Okay, then other modes of transportation. If transportation of passengers takes place by railways, okay, then first class and AC is always taxable. Apart from that, it will be exempted. Okay, metro, monorail, tramway, always exempted. Okay, e-rickshaw, auto rickshaw, metered cab, always exempted. But if it is done through 9(5), Uber, auto, then in that case, it will be taxable as per section number 9(5). Okay, then inland waterways, that is through rivers and canals, by not touching the sea. Okay, Ganga river, etc. If we are doing our transportation through that, whatever charges they take for transportation will be totally exempted from GST. Then if you are using any public transport means which is open for everyone, okay, other than predominantly for tourism purpose in a vessel between places located in India. Let's say you are going from one island to another in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, from one island to another by vessel, you don't have any other option, and it is a public transport. Everyone uses there in daily course of business, not only for the purpose of tourism. So the purpose of that vessel is not tourism, the purpose of the vessel is a public transport. So whatever charges are there on that, GST will be exempted. A cruise, Cordilla cruise, etc., that is taxable because that is predominantly for tourism purpose. Yes, okay. Auto rickshaw, etc., we have discussed, it will be exempted, but if done through e-commerce operator, it will be totally taxable. Okay, if you go to Kashmir, etc., okay, shikara rides, etc., then that is purely for tourism purpose, fully taxable. Okay, you go on a cruise, okay, 1 night, 2 night, etc., there you get sightseeing, water seeing, food, enjoyment, etc., fully taxable. I hope I am very clear with this. Yes, this was your passenger transportation services. Then going on to the next one, that is goods transportation service. Now, goods transportation service. If you are transporting the goods, through GTA, and if you are transporting the goods through a courier agency, fast courier agency, GTA slow. GT is also a person who compulsorily issues a document called as consignment note. So if you are doing the transportation of goods through these two, then it is taxable. Okay, any other mode by road will be exempted. Example, you hire an individual tempo driver, you tell him, take my goods from here to there, then it is going to be exempted. But if you go to a GTA is any person who issues a consignment note compulsorily. Okay, or if you go to a courier agency, then in that case it will be taxable. If you go to other people, okay, who do the transportation by road, it will be totally exempted. Okay, then if you are doing the transportation by inland waterways, for goods also, for passengers also, it is always going to be exempted. I hope I am very clear with this. Yes, okay. Then if you are doing some transportation by railways or vessel, okay, then in that case, normally it is taxable. But if you are transporting these items, if you are transporting relief material for flood affected areas, disaster affected areas, etc., defense or military equipment materials, then your newspapers, then your milk, salt, can you see, milk, salt, food grains, etc., agriculture produce, organic manure. When you are transporting this through railways or vessel, then it is going to be exempted. Any other thing transported through railways and vessel will be taxable. Okay, then satellite launch services provided by Antariksh Corporation or by ISRO, etc., again exempted. Toll charges that you pay, double toll charges if you don't have the fast tag, that if you pay, or overloading charges of your vehicle that you pay, totally exempted from GST. It charges is not free, only GST is exempted. Then if whatever charges you are paying to the RTO for getting the national permit is written on the trucks, etc., if you must have seen, that is where you can take the vehicle anywhere in the country, even that will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, then this is what we studied under goods transportation, and in GTA specifically we had studied that GTA will be taxable. Okay, now they have taken the GTA point separately. Normally they say that if we are availing the services of GTA, then it is taxable, but there are some services of GTA that is totally exempted. Now, if GTA is same transporting those notified items, agriculture produce, organic manure, newspapers, etc. If GTA is transporting this in a goods carriage by road, it will be totally exempted. So, when GTA is transporting this, when vessel it is getting transported or in railways, it will be totally exempted. Okay, then after that, if GTA is providing the services, to other than those 7 people, do you recollect? Other than those 7 people, or if GTA is providing the services to government which is registered only for the purpose of TDS, then in that case it is going to be totally exempted. Okay, in third chapter we had seen, charge of supply chapter, we had seen if you are giving to 7 people, then RCM is applicable. To other than 7 people, now they are telling it is fully exempted. Why? To burden. Okay, similarly, when you are giving it to the government registered only for the purpose of TDS, again it is going to be totally exempted. I hope I am very clear till here. Yes. Okay, so then let's go ahead to the next type of service, that is renting of immovable property. Very important, and I have summarized these in our books for residential unit also and for commercial property also. You won't face any problem. Okay, first of all, what is the entry number 12 telling us here? Entry number 12 specifically says that whenever you are renting any residential dwelling for use as residence, okay, residential dwelling given for use as residence to a particular person for his personal use, it is always going to be exempted. Okay, but if you are renting it to a registered person who can further use it indirectly for his business purpose, maybe for his employees, etc., then in that case it will be taxable under reverse charge mechanism, because you are renting it out to a registered person, right? So again I'll tell you, if you are renting it, let's say I am renting it to a particular company, okay, and that company is going to use it for commercial, residential dwelling used for commercial purpose, always taxable. And just because we have rented it to a registered person, put the liability on him, that is RCM will be applicable. Okay, if you have given it to a registered person for residential use, and he is going to use it for his employees, etc., again taxable under reverse charge mechanism. But if you have given it to a registered person, imagine an individual is also a registered person, can also be a registered person. If you have given your property, residential property, on rent to a registered person, and that registered person is going to use for herself or himself, then in that case it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Okay, now let's say you have given your residential property on rent to an unregistered person, and but he is also going to use it for commercial purpose, taxable, and forward charge mechanism will be applicable provided I am registered, right? And if you are giving it to an unregistered person, and if he is going to use it for his personal use or for his employees use, both, then in that case it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Right? Similarly, let's talk about commercial property renting. See, always remember one thing, to the extent possible, commercial property they will always try to rent, always try to make it taxable. Okay, always, either it can be FCM or it can be RCM, but they will try maximum level to make it taxable. Okay, so now let's say if you are giving, first of all, if you are a registered person, okay, if you are a registered person, you are giving it to a registered person, registered to registered, registered to unregistered, registered to composition person, doesn't matter, in all the 3 cases it will be taxable and FCM will be applicable because you are registered. Okay, next, if both of us are unregistered, forget it, no GST. Okay, now unregistered person is giving it to a registered one, unregistered giving it to registered, commercial property, RCM, and this person will be liable to pay the tax. Unregistered giving it to a composition person, composition is registered but a small one, so they are telling this is going to be exempted. We had studied this in RCM, on this there will be no RCM, and now we are studying this is also going to be exempted from GST. I hope I am clear till here, everyone. Yes, okay. Then one explanation they had inserted in that entry was, whatever we are studying in entry number 12, that is not applicable for hostel accommodation for students, etc. It is not applicable for that. Right now, let's say there is a particular premises which is simply providing you hostel facility. See, hostel facility, one is it can be provided by educational institution itself, along with studies they will provide you hostel facility, and another one is only hostel. So here we are talking about only hostel, student accommodation, student residences, etc. So if they are supplying any such services and they are charging the amount from you of less than or equal to 20,000 per month, up to 20,000 per month, and they are giving it to you for a continuous stay of 90 days, then it is going to be exempted. If any one of the condition is also not met, then it is going to be taxable. Again, less than or equal to 20,000 per month for a continuous period of 90 days, exempted. Yes, okay. Then after that, going to the next one is leasing services. Okay, now let's say there is any particular plot of land or industrial plot of land which is there with the government or government corporations, that is your industrial development corporations of every particular state is having some or the other industrial plot with them. Now they are giving this on long term lease to a business unit or to an industrial unit or to a developer, so that they can develop something on that particular line. Maybe they can develop some big industry there, right? And if you, now the industrial development corporation is giving this plot of land on lease to some other person, can we say he is going to charge something in return? Whatever lease rentals he is charging in return, on that GST will be totally exempted. Okay, services provided by whom? Services provided by government. Okay, by government corporations, etc. Right? Just like in Maharashtra, we have got MIDC. So if MIDC is giving any industrial plot of land to a business unit to develop something on it, and it is going to charge some lease premium from them, on that lease premium GST is going to be exempted. Similarly, if this industrial development corporation is charging some good preferential location charges also, just to give you a good location, for that also if we are charging along with rent, if they are charging something from you, even that will be exempted from GST. I hope I am clear till here. Yes, okay. Then after that, going to the next one, that is banking and financial services. Important. Okay, banking and financial services. Now, if there is any particular person who is extending deposit, advances and loans, advances and deposits is extended, for which in return we are going to get interest or discount, on that interest or discount GST is totally exempted. This we have seen earlier also. Okay, but when we talk specifically about interest on credit card for delayed payment, etc., that will be specifically taxable. Otherwise, interest or discount will be totally exempted. Bill discounting happens, bills of exchange, at that time discount is charged by the bank, discount is collected by the bank, again it is going to be exempted from GST. If you have taken a loan from the bank, on that interest GST will be totally exempted. If you have kept savings deposits or fixed deposit with the bank gives you interest, on that interest also GST is totally exempted. Okay, if there is sale or purchase of foreign currency, okay, if there is sale or purchase of foreign currency between banks, between authorized dealer, between a bank and an authorized dealer, then in that case again GST will be totally exempted. Okay, see, if it is happening between we and the bank or we and the authorized dealer, and whatever commission they are charging, on that GST is applicable. Yes, but if it is happening between banks and authorized dealers, then it will be totally exempted. I hope I am clear till here. Okay, then I have given some list of items here. Okay, I'll just tell you a few out of this. Now, let's say whenever you're taking a loan from a bank charges you something called as processing fees, documentation fees, etc. That is fully taxable. On that GST is applicable. Okay, then credit card, please don't forget this, credit card interest, GST will be applicable. You are not maintaining minimum balance with the bank, on minimum charges, on that minimum balance charges, GST will be totally applicable. Okay, then after that, any other extra charges that the bank is collecting from you, on that also GST will be applicable. So anything which is not in the form of interest or discount on loans, advances or deposit, that will be liable to GST. Okay, then after that, next one, let's say a bank is providing you some services Okay, in relation to a saving bank account which is opened under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. You have opened a bank account under this particular scheme for which the bank is providing you some services and charging you some charges. On those charges, GST will be totally exempted. Okay, then let's say let's say there is a particular transaction happening, there is a particular online transaction that is happening. Okay, you are purchasing my books or lectures through my website arpitatulsyan.com. So whenever you are doing the payment to me, it happens through a particular intermediary. Okay, it happens through a particular payment aggregator, right? Or in that case, can we say your bank, the money should come from your bank to my bank account? That is done by a payment aggregator, that is done by acquiring bank in between, right? So now if the transaction that has happened between us, if that is up to rupees 2000 in a single transaction, and if the transaction was done through card, then in that case, on such a transaction, the intermediary, on such a transaction, whatever charges the intermediary collects, he is an intermediary. Now he will collect some charges either from you or from me. Whenever he is collecting any such charges, okay, on those charges the GST will be exempted, provided the transaction value between you and me was up to 2000 and it was done through card. Okay, this exemption was given just to promote online transactions. Okay, so intermediary, it will collect the charges from either the seller or the purchaser, but if the value is up to 2000, there will be no GST applicable on the same. Okay, and secondly, one more clarification was issued when the government wanted to bring this RuPay debit card and Bhim UPI transaction. Government told that if the transaction was done between the buyer and the seller using RuPay debit card or UPI, then the intermediary will not collect any charges at all. In the above paragraph, on the charges there was no GST. Here in this one there will be no charges itself. So ma'am, how will the intermediary survive? To the intermediary the government is going to pay some incentive, and on that incentive also there is no GST applicable. I hope I am very clear till here. Yes, okay. Then after that, do you recollect in reverse charge mechanism we had studied something about business facilitator and business correspondent? Yes. So if there are any services provided by business facilitator to a bank, then on that RCM was applicable. Okay. Now, if business facilitator is providing any services to a bank in respect to its rural area branch, then the services will be totally exempted. No RCM, no FCM. Okay, but if it relates to urban area, the normal RCM will be applicable. Then if business correspondent is providing the services to a bank, it was normally taxable. Okay, but if it is provided in relation to rural area branch, it will be exempted. Okay, agent of business correspondent providing services to business correspondent, RCM was applicable, but again if it is provided for rural area, it will be exempted. So any services provided by business facilitator, business correspondent or its agent, okay, if it pertains to rural area, it will be exempted. Okay, if not exempted, go and check if RCM is applicable or not. If RCM is applicable, well and good. If RCM not applicable, then FCM applicable. Okay, similarly when these services are provided in respect of insurance, okay, if these services are provided in respect of insurance, just like business facilitator was helping a banking company, if business facilitator helps an insurance company, same logic. Okay, then after that, yes, intermediary of financial services located in SEZ, okay, with IFSC status. Let's say there is a financial service provider. Okay, intermediary of that financial service provider is located in IFSC SEZ and they are catering to the customers outside India. So when they are providing the services to a customer outside India, on that, see, this will be considered, anyway IFSC is considered as a place outside India only for the purpose of taxation. So it is considered as if the services are provided both outside India. So on that the GST will be totally exempted. Okay, then after that, let's say this was a very nice circular which was inserted last time. Let's say a loan is granted by a person to its related person, or let's say when a loan is granted by an overseas entity to its Indian entity. Okay, where loan is given, so we are going to pay the interest or discount. Now that interest or discount, on that GST is totally exempted, right? Now, can we say here the transaction is happening between related persons? So there will be no background checks happening. There will be no other credit accessibility that will be happening. So can we say there will be no processing fees kind of a thing? So if there is no processing fees kind of a thing, then there will be no GST also. Okay, so please don't deem that there is a processing charges, or if the transaction would have happened between unrelated person, then 5,000 rupees of processing fees would have been applicable. No. Keep it very, very simple. The transaction happened between related persons, so there is no background checks, so there are no other charges involved, so no GST on the same. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes. Okay, then after that, insurance related business, I think you can do this on your own. When any LIC business and LIC services are provided, maybe under any annuity plan, or if it is provided under the Army, Navy insurance funds, or if it is provided under the Naval Group insurance funds or coastal insurance funds, etc., to the specific employees, on these there will be no GST applicable. Similarly, if life insurance is taken under any of these or any of these schemes, on that also there will be no GST applicable. Whenever you are going for any general insurance schemes under any of these schemes, again there will be no GST applicable. In case of reinsurance business, including retrocession, that is again giving it further. Reinsurance is one insurance company sharing the risk with another. Retrocession with that one is sharing it with a third one. So whenever there is sharing of premiums happening, on that also there will be no GST applicable. Okay, then for third party insurance, I hope you know the meaning of third party insurance of motor vehicle. That is, when you take the insurance, you also take a third party insurance. That is, if because of your mistake something happens to the third party, you will have to pay the claim to the third person also. So third party insurance in case of motor vehicle, the money is deposited with whom? The money of premium that you have paid is anyway deposited under the MVAF, Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, and whenever you want to withdraw that amount, whenever you want to take that amount as claim, then the services are provided by Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. On that also GST is not applicable. Or when the MVAF is insuring the third party, at that time also there will be no GST applicable. Okay, similarly, any amount deposited under Atal Pension Yojana, on that amount no GST is applicable. Any amount that we have contributed to the government under pension scheme, that is, government will say after so many years you will get the pension, again no GST on such deposits. Yes, insurance schemes is one time read, you can just read it once and you can go ahead, not very, very important. Yes. Okay, then go to the next service. Right to admission to various events. That is, you are taking entry into some particular event, or you are going to a particular place for which you have to pay the entry fee. What about the GST on the same? So if you are going to a museum, or if you are going to a wildlife sanctuary, or if you are going to some national parks, or if you are going to some reserve, some zoo, etc., to see the animals or whatever, then in that case, whatever entry fee you pay, that is totally exempted, fully exempted from GST. Similarly, if you go to see any monument, archaeological monument, history, that kind of a monument, again it is going to be totally exempted from GST. Okay, but if you are going for some event, like to watch a circus, to watch a dance show, to watch a music show, to watch a fashion show, to watch any particular sports event, be it a recognized sporting event or an unrecognized sporting event, or if you are going and watching some, dance performance, any type of that, if you are going for any concerts, if you are going for any stand-up comedy shows, okay, or if you are going to any planetarium, etc., then in that cases, if your ticket value is up to ₹500, okay, if your ticket value is up to ₹500, then it is exempted. If it is more than ₹500, then it will be fully taxable, right? Award functions, etc., all those are going to come up here. Okay, recognized sporting event means any sporting event organized by recognized sports body. Okay, ma'am, what do you mean by recognized sports body? So that is already defined for the purpose of GST. Please read this once. Okay, any event which is organized by recognized sports body, that will be called as your recognized sports event. Yes, that is one thing, and plus other organized by some specific associations, even those will be considered as recognized sporting event, right? So please remember, okay, mistake that happens is planetarium is given in this one. Okay, whereas zoo, museum, etc., that is given in the above point. So whenever you see museum, zoo, etc., fully exempted. When you see planetarium or any particular events, okay, planetarium or any particular events, then the limit of 500 rupees is going to be applicable. Okay, then in this entry number 77, services by way of an unincorporated body or a non-profit entity. Okay, in that I will take the point relating to cooperative societies or resident welfare association. Now, resident welfare associations are formed for the purpose of providing some goods or services to its members. Okay, it is basically formed for mutual benefit. So let's say in a cooperative society or in a housing society, can we say a society is formed? It collects maintenance from its members and it provides services to its members. So if that amount is up to rupees 7,500 per member per month, then it is totally exempted. But if it exceeds 7,500 per month per member, then it is going to be fully taxable. Okay, there, provided the cooperative housing society is a registered one. If it is a registered one, and if the charges are more than 7,500, GST will be applicable. If not, GST is not applicable. But if the society itself is unregistered, then forget about the limits, forget about 7,500. Then in any case, GST is not payable, because till now we are not liable for registration. Okay, and while calculating the 7,500 per month per member, in this the property taxes, the electricity charges, etc., that the society collects from you to pay it to the government, that is statutory dues, that will not be included here. Yes, okay. Yes, so I'll again repeat, if there are any statutory charges which are included in this maintenance which is collected by the association from its members, then that will not form part of 7,500. Okay, 7,500 is basically that amount which the society collects from its members so that it can further provide services to them. Example, we are collecting maintenance. Okay, society is collecting maintenance and it is providing, let's say, housekeeping services, cleaning services, swimming pool services, etc. to its members. Yes, this much is manageable, everyone. Okay, then I am going on to the next entry, that is entry number 45, which talks about your miscellaneous services, legal services. Now, within legal services, please try to understand, we had done one point under reverse charge mechanism, legal services or arbitration services which are provided to a business entity. Okay, then that is going to be taxable under reverse charge mechanism. Now, related to that, what exemptions they are giving? If I have summarized also, can you see this? When arbitral tribunal or a partnership firm of advocates or an individual advocate or a senior advocate, okay, when these people are providing services to any person other than a business entity. See, if they are providing services to business entity, RCM was applicable. To other than business entity, exempted. To a small business entity, last year turnover less than registration limit, exempted. To government authority, government entity, totally exempted. So if it is given to a large business entity, only when it is given to a large registered business entity, only then it will be taxable under RCM, otherwise it is going to be exempted. Are you clear with this? Yes. And another one, if suppose partnership firm or individual advocates, if they are providing services to another advocate or partnership firm, then in that case also it is going to be exempted. Not senior advocate, normal individual advocate or firm of advocates providing services to other advocates, even that is going to be exempt. Manageable till here? Yes. Yes. So when the legal services or arbitral tribunal services are provided only to a registered business entity, then it will be taxable under RCM. Otherwise, when it is provided to other than business entity, when it is provided to government, when it is provided to small business entity, then in that case it will be fully exempt. Okay, and another thing that we studied was when individual advocates or firm of advocates, when they are providing services amongst themselves, that is to any other individual advocate, etc., then in that case also it is totally exempted. This point is not applicable to senior advocate. Senior advocate providing services to another advocate, no, that is not included Here, senior advocate providing it to other person, senior advocate providing to small business entity, senior advocate providing to government, that will be totally exempted from GST. Yes. Okay. Then after that, sponsorship. Sponsorship of sports events. Sponsorship we had studied, that was different. Do you recollect? Yes. Sponsorship services that we had studied was any person providing sponsorship services other than body corporate to a body corporate, or to a partnership firm or LLP. Then in that case, reverse charge mechanism will be applicable. Yes. So now here, when the sponsorship is provided, whenever any sponsorship is provided of the following sports event, which are organized by the given federation or by the sports board or by some sports council, etc. Whenever it is provided, then even that is going to be totally exempted. Can you see this? Services by way of sponsorship of sporting event organized by these people. When the events are organized by these people and there is any sponsorship services that is provided, then that will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, then public conveniences, public toilets, etc. For use of that, whatever charges you pay on that, GST will be totally exempted. Performance of artist, important point. Performance by an artist is an important point. Whenever any particular artist is performing in folk or classical art forms, which is in the form of music, dance or theatre. Okay, music, singer, dancer or any theatric drama performance in the theatre, etc. And if that artist is charging a consideration of up to rupees 1,50,000, it will be totally exempted, provided it should be folk or classical forms only, Bollywood, Western, etc. It will be anyway always fully taxable. Okay, and if any artist is charging any amount as a brand ambassador, then in that case it will be again fully taxable. So only this case, that is where the artist himself or herself is performing, okay, in music, dance or theatre, in any folk or classical art forms, and the consideration charges up to 1,50,000 rupees, then in that case it is going to be fully exempted. If it exceeds 1,50,000, then it is going to be fully taxable. Yes. Then transfer of the entire business as a going concern or as a slum sale, fully selling it without individually assigning the values, again it is going to be fully exempted. Then services provided by independent journalist, by Press Trust of India or United News of India, again that will be fully exempted. Right? But let's say if for any particular TV show a guest anchor is invited and we are paying honorarium to the guest anchor, that will be fully taxable. Okay. Then public libraries, where you pay the amount and you take the books on rent, that is, they lend the books to you, on that again the GST is going to be exempted. There is an organizer, okay, who is organizing, who is helping you for a business exhibition which is there outside India. Okay, there is a business exhibition outside India. I am going to an organizer and I am telling him that I also want to put up a stall there, or I want an entry there. So whatever charges, and he is doing all the necessary arrangements for you. So whatever amount he is charging from you, even that will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, then entry number 68 also important. Business exhibition outside India, fully taxable. Business exhibition in India, that will be always taxable. Outside India, fully exempted. In India, fully taxable. Yes. Okay. Then after that, now this one, entry number 68, very, very important. Let's say, now if any of these people, which we are going to discuss now, if any of these people are providing services to a recognized sports body, okay, only 5 people, please understand this: a player, umpire, referee, coach and team manager. If any of these people are providing services to a recognized sports body by playing, by doing the umpiring, etc., or if these people are providing the services to another if one recognized sports body is providing the services to another recognized sports body, okay, either these people either these 5 people are providing the services to a recognized sports body, or another recognized sports body is providing services to a recognized sports body, then in that case it is also going to be, then this is going to be totally exempted. Okay, these 5 means these 5 only, don't add the word etc. Okay, they will test you, selectors, commentators, etc. What about these people? These people, if they are providing any services to recognized sports body, it will be fully taxable. Okay, then the next one, that is services provided by tour operator. If there is a tour operator who is providing services to a foreign tourist, okay, for a tour which is going to be wholly conducted outside India, if it is going to be wholly conducted outside India, then in that case, whatever charges you have paid to the tour operator on that, the GST is going to be exempted. I hope I am very, very clear with this. Yes. Yes, so these were, even this is important, tour operator. So these were your most important exemptions. Okay, we have tried to cover almost all of them. Yes, please use this for the purpose of revising. And yes, again, on YouTube, you will find one power pack question on exemptions also, where in one question itself, I think we have covered around 87 adjustments, 83 or 87 adjustments are covered. So once you do the theory, after that, if you go and try the questions, it is altogether a different ball game. Yes, so please do the revision properly. Yes, the chapter is also important from exam point of view. Okay, then let's go to some other last few services. Okay, now just like we did the tour operator services, we did it when the tour is conducted wholly outside India, it is going to be exempted. What if the tour is conducted partly in India and partly outside India? Then we should be knowing that the proportion which is outside India, okay, the proportion of the charges which we pay for the tour outside India, that is going to be exempted, so that we can divide it on the proportion of the number of days. Okay, let's say the tour is for 5 days in India and 3 days outside India. Okay, 5 days in India plus 3 days outside India. So total is 8 days. So whatever are the charges multiplied by 3 by 8, that is outside India, this is the amount that should be exempted. Okay, but now let's see as per the entry, how do they do the calculation? Now, first you have to calculate the total tour charges, divide it in the proportion for those number of days for which the tour is outside India. So you did this. Okay, this amount or 50% of the total tour cost, whichever is less. Okay, either the proportionate amount on the basis of number of days outside India, that amount, or 50% of the total tour operator cost, whichever is less. This is the amount of exemption that will be available to the person. Yes, and listen, if suppose a particular person is there in India for a period of in a day, if he is there for more than 12 hours, then that will be considered as one full day. Okay, but if that person is there in India for less than 12 hours, then that will be considered as half day only. So accordingly, you will have to do the calculation. Imagine in Dubai he is for 3.5 days. 3 days, 3 hours. So it will be considered as 3.5. So my total will also become 8.5. Then how will you do the proportion? Whatever is the total tour cost multiplied by 3.5 divided by 8.5. Are you able to understand this? Yes. So this is how your tour operator service works. So basically the proportion of number of days for which you are there outside India, that proportionate of the expenses will be exempted. Okay, then transportation of goods by aircraft from a place outside India up to custom station in India, exempted. Okay, transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, or from Nepal and Bhutan, or empty containers coming from Nepal and Bhutan will be totally exempted, because Indian government has a treaty with them that the goods will not even start from India, the goods will not even end into India, but they are just using Indian land for transportation of the goods. Okay, Nepal and Bhutan are just using the Indian land for transportation of goods. Okay, in the main lecture I had given you the example of China and Nepal, etc. So transit cargo is that only, where we are not selling any goods from India to Nepal, or Nepal is not sending some goods to India. Basically the goods are passing through India. For that, if we have provided any services, on that the GST is going to be exempted. Okay, then apart from that, there are some other IGST services, interstate services, on which GST is going to be exempted. Now, services. Now these people are receiving some services. It is importation of some services from outside India. Can we say if there is importation of services outside India, RCM will be applicable? Service provider cannot pay the tax after coming in. So can we say the recipient will have to pay the tax? But they are telling that if these services are received by these people, then it will be totally exempted. Now if there is any service received by a charity, received by government, okay, government or governmental entity or governmental authority or individual, not for business purpose, or received by charitable trust for charitable purpose, or by way of supply of educational journals, magazines, etc. by a type 2 educational institution from outside India, or outside India person has provided the service to another outside India person, then in that case they are telling that first of all this is not for business purpose, this can be for some charitable purpose, or it is received by any educational institution, then they are telling that this will not be liable for GST, it will be totally exempted, no RCM will be applicable in this case. Yes, but if these people are receiving OIDR services, okay, if A and B people are receiving OIDR services, then in that case, we have already taken the example of Netflix, then in that case, exemption is not applicable, right? Okay, then this was the new point that was inserted. Let's say there is a foreign airline company. Okay, foreign airline company is also having its establishment here in India. It is also providing some services here in India. Okay, so now when this establishment, Indian establishment, is importing some services from its main establishment, then at that time there will be no GST applicable. Okay, Indian establishment of foreign airline company importing some services from its entity outside India, there will be no GST provided certain conditions must be fulfilled. First condition, this airline company on whatever services it is providing in India, it is paying GST on that. Second one, this airline company is a designated airline company as per government treaty. And third, because we are giving your country's airline a facility here in India of not paying the GST, when my airline also comes in your country, you will also have to give this particular facility. If all these conditions are fulfilled, then there will be no GST applicable on those import of services. Okay, if there is any transaction of goods or services between a recipient and a supplier, and both of them are situated outside India, but their agent is situated here in India, whatever commission the agent is going to get on that, there will be no GST applicable. Okay, then after that, we are providing export of services by establishment of a person in India to another establishment of that person outside India. Okay, they are establishment of distinct person. Indian entity is registered, outside India entity is not registered because outside India. So if there is any supply of service by us to them, no GST will be applicable, provided the place of supply is outside India. We will come to that in place of supply chapter, don't worry. Okay, then any services by United Nations, any services by any foreign diplomatic mission or consular post in India, again it will be totally exempted from GST. Okay, then after that, last few. Let's say if there is an unregistered supplier who is doing some supplies to a person who is registered only for the purpose of TDS, then can we say this unregistered supplier anyway will not be paying the GST? The person registered only for the purpose of TDS, he will not pay the GST, right? So in that case, they are telling if there is any supply happening by an unregistered person to a TDS person, then that will be totally exempted from GST. Then let's say you have your unit in SEZ and you are importing certain services. Okay, you are there in SEZ, you are importing certain services for some authorized operations. You are considered as outside India. So can we say provider is also outside India, recipient is also outside India. So there will be no GST and there is no RCM also applicable here. Then the next one, share of profit petroleum. Do you recollect we had done this particular circular? Share of profit petroleum, government takes. Now in that, profit petroleum as well as cost petroleum is not liable to GST. Similarly, if the transaction is an interstate transaction, then also it is going to be exempted from IGST also, right? And the last one is, let's say if you are importing something from outside India on which customs duty is applicable. Okay, on that particular value or in that particular value, let's say you have also paid some royalty and some license fee. Can we say on your transaction value, you will be anyway paying the customs duty and the IGST under customs duty? Yes. So they are telling that for the purpose of GST, there is no separate IGST applicable on this royalty or fees. On royalty and fees, we know that GST is applicable because it is a service, right? But can we say this transaction value already includes this royalty and license fee, on which we will be paying the custom duty also and we will be paying the IGST also. So separately, there will be no IGST applicable on this royalty or license fee. You will even understand it more better when we do the customs provisions. I hope this much is clear for you everyone. Manageable? Yes? Okay.